Now you are listening to the book, Challenges That Demand Attention. It is Time to Be Conscious. Written by Sandor Jambor. Introduction. Many of us can say that we enjoy the comfort of a soft bed, a roof over our heads, a mobile phone, and a job. These are some of the basics of modern society. Yet, I often find myself wondering, what is real out there? And, what is the true purpose of my life? I am sure that many people ask themselves this on a daily basis too, and probably everyone has their own unique answer. If you were to ask me, what is my personal answer? I would say that I am still on a path, seeking the best way to define my life's purpose. One quote resonates deeply with me. Life is the hardest climb, but the view is beautiful. This phrase is one of my guides that helps me unlock my true potential and embrace continuous growth. Life presents steep challenges, unexpected hurdles, and moments of vulnerability. However, a breathtaking panorama will reward our perseverance. These experiences, whether uplifting or difficult, shape us, refining our character and chiseling us into who we are meant to become. In my journey, I've encountered both positive and challenging experiences, which I see as essential tools for personal growth. I am far from perfect, but I strive to live thoughtfully, ensuring that my actions bring good rather than harm. If we all embrace this mindset, it could become easier to show kindness to each other and care for the environment. I have a vision for the purpose of a united humanity. Within each of us lies a hidden, open secret, a key to unlocking life's full potential, that allows us to live fully and create a conscious, joyful world. Achieving this vision is no easy task, as it demands years of seeking wisdom and understanding our purpose. This journey requires us to let go our ego and self-centered behaviors. I do not intend to dictate what you should do, but I want to suggest ways we could live more mindfully. Each of us has personal joys, and as long as these pleasures affect only ourselves, they are ours to reflect on privately. Practicing meditation, yoga, mindfulness, and kindness helps us ground ourselves in the present moment and brings clarity to life's purpose. However, simply being aware of what is happening around us is not enough. We are called not just to observe but to act. We have the power to connect with one another, to improve the world, and to bring joy to others. These actions can spark meaningful change. This is why we must confront the problems of the 21st century that continue to haunt our collective consciousness. Sadly, our world faces significant issues, including the spread of misinformation, lack of basic needs in many countries, bullying, and discrimination based on race, gender, religion, and more. However, we are over 2 decades into the 21st century, often called the age of technology, which offers us immense potential for progress and knowledge. We have unprecedented freedom to travel, communicate, and understand diverse thoughts, cultures, and behaviors. Through this, we can foster acceptance and unity. As a zoologist and a lifelong learner in areas such as balanced living, human consciousness, and nature, I am passionate about uncovering the extraordinary within the ordinary. In this book, I will explore various aspects of daily life that I feel are often overlooked. My goal is to build a global community, challenge biased ideas, spark meaningful conversations, and inspire deep reflection. I am hopeful, as I believe hope always exists, but it requires us to set aside division and open our minds to what we can achieve together. By the end of this book, I hope to convince you of the profound value of life in all its aspects. First challenge. The 6th mass extinction. Most of you have probably heard that our planet, Earth, has witnessed not 1 but 5 mass extinctions since the beginning of life. Sadly, there is now a 6th mass extinction occurring right before our eyes, where second by second, more and more species are dying and getting closer to extinction. Some may say, it has happened 5 times before. History is repeating itself. However, I see it differently. History has never truly repeated itself. The situations were always different, but the outcome remained the same: extinction. The previous extinctions were caused by natural forces like meteors, sun rays, and volcanic eruptions. These activities came from a bigger natural power, uncontrolled events with no alternative. The sixth extinction, however, is caused by something smaller and more controllable: human activities. Regrettably, our actions and mindset have led to this extinction. But there is still hope. We can correct our mistakes and restore balance. Let's start from the beginning to find clues why the sixth extinction begun. Everything that happened and is still happening on Earth is a creation of the universe, which many of you may call God. The universe shapes the galaxies, the stars, the planets, and everything else. For example, cosmic rays caused chemical mutations that contributed to the first appearance of living beings on Earth. Based on currently available evidence, modern human, Homo sapiens sapiens, emerged in Africa around 200,000 years ago. Therefore, we can conclude that humans are not controllers of the universe, the planet, or even nature. Also, our ancestors coexisted with other Homo species which appeared earlier in time. However, over time, other Homo species started to decline and eventually became extinct. The climate became warmer 11,700 years ago, but still stable. Scientists debate whether our species directly impacted the extinction of these others. There are possible pieces of evidence, such as humans expanding across the globe, which began to change the planet's climate and interactions with other Homo species, which led to competition for resources. These impacts could have put pressure on their survival. Interestingly, religious writings like the Bible share a similar story, the story of a brother fight between Cain and Abel. If we open our minds, we realize that these other Homo species were like our brothers and sisters, but we let them go extinct. However, we can still make it right and prevent the extinction of other species that coexist with us. These species still have many relatives alive, which appeared on this planet before us. They are literally living fossils, and we must respect and care for them, allowing them to thrive for a long time, as they evolved to live on Earth, just like we have. One significant difference between humans and other living animals is that these animals live and work for the interests of Earth, knowing their missions in life. It is time to drop our title as Earth Killers and transform into the Saviors of the Earth. The evolution learned its lesson after the dinosaurs. Continuous bloodshed and killing are not sustainable. Therefore, in the mammal's brain, especially in the ape's brain, an outer layer called the cortex developed, playing a crucial role in higher cognitive functions such as memory and attention. If we use this layer in the right way, we can become what we are meant to be, the guardian angels of Earth. But first, we need to rediscover our survival instinct, which can drive us to act and create a paradise for everyone. Let me add that working alone and thinking individually offers minimal hope because everything and everyone is interconnected. These connections maintained balance for a long time until global human activities disrupted them. Especially from the time of the Industrial Revolution, since then there is an exponential growth in the emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. These actions sadly turned everything upside down and the connections started weakening or simply disappeared, leading to climate change and imbalances. It's worth noting that climate change would have occurred naturally, but our unsustainable activities have speeded up the process drastically. Humanity shortens a million years change to 100 years. This rapid change leaves minimal chances for most species to evolve, mutate, and survive. The future of the human species lies in two possibilities: becoming a healthier and more evolved species or falling victim to the consequences of junk foods, plastic, sugar, and polluted world. We cannot rely on finding a second planet like Earth, as there is none close enough to reach within our lifetimes. Instead, we must reconnect with our nature-friendly instincts and think critically. Life is a continuous evolution, and many evidences prove throughout human history, with the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, and so on. These ages provide insight how humans can jump to higher developments, until now. We now seem to be stuck in the technology age, but I am not surprised. This age provides comfort, connection, and accessibility. Yet, it is time to evolve again, clear our minds of negative thoughts, and understand our role as a species on this planet. Evolution is an infinite process. Just thinking of that, how many developments happened from the first Homo sapiens appearance on Earth in 200,000 years ago, until where we are today. The modern human's brain is a treasure, but unfortunately, even our beneficial inventions are often used for harmful purposes. These purposes are fueled by ego, power, selfishness, jealousy, money, and a lack of awareness of the truth. While it cannot be fully blamed today's people for these mindsets, this have been spread over centuries. However, we live in the 21st century, and we have the choice to change the world for the better or simply just continue to spread false knowledges. Our ancestors didn't think about the future or about how each invention can change the world, but we reached a mindset level these days, which can let us to consider every outcome before any actions. One of the significant inventions was money, but it has become a death ticket for many species and for humans, as we have given to it a godlike power. Money has made us stingy, nothing else matter anymore, just who is earning and having more money. Although we could use money for good purposes, we often spend it on damaging endeavors such as war, guns, oil, and bombs. Killing each other is not right. We are killing our own species, our own blood, and in doing so, we harm every species on this planet. It's time to let go of desires for power and jealousy and unite instead. Through unity, we can help Earth regenerate and find peace for all living beings. Every day, I feel grateful to be born on Earth, and as such, I feel indebted to train my mind and let go of bad habits that harm my planet. Anyone can train their mind, and it is starting from home. For example, practicing meditation, yoga, and mindfulness can help. It is a similar training as you would train your body, and it can get stronger and more controllable. We need to be tough for achieve the changes and create a good education for the next generations. Mental strength will enable us to have meaningful ideas and conversations with each other. As we form new habits, our species will evolve to the next level, leading to a new golden era. Let's open our minds and absorb the infinite useful information available to us. By doing so, we humans can make this planet permanently sustainable. We could gain a huge knowledge, which could us prepare if our galaxy would be in danger. We even could transport our planet to a different and younger galaxy, where the Earth could thrive billions of years more. By the way, the first step is already started, as scientists building artificial sun since 2016. However, right now, it is not our galaxy that faces threat, but it is our planet. We know what the problems are, and we know how to solve them. Humans are largely responsible for what happened through the history in the world, so we must be conscious of each and every one of our actions. It's time to use the full capacity of our brains to save Earth and make it better for all living beings. Trust me, it is possible to change and accomplish amazing things for our Mother Nature. Life on Earth is like a dangerous live game where we have only one life, and if we do not follow the rules of the game, even though they are simple, living in balance and reusing every energy source, then it is game over. Second challenge. Pollutions. In our current world, pollution is a huge problem that threatens largely the fragile ecosystem of Earth. It exhibits in various forms: air pollution, soil contamination, water pollution, and the insidious presence of plastic waste. We find ourselves deep-rooted in the era of consumerism, a period defined by a limitless appetite for goods and services. Everything we consume, produce, or rely on in our daily lives has connections to the oil, coal, gas, and plastic industries. Our factories, production processes, transportation systems, energy generation, the food we consume, and the water we drink are heavily dependent on fossil fuels. These fossil fuels not only contribute to smog but also harm the environment. Furthermore, everything consumed by humans eventually becomes trash. Unfortunately, these trashes are not sustainable, because it not only occupies space but also modifies the chemical structure of the environment. Plus, the decomposition of such materials is slow and often releases toxins into the surroundings. Humans, like other apes, can be messy, but the crucial difference is that while other apes dispose of natural trash, humans frequently introduce artificial waste into the environment. Personally, I think natural things always will be better than human-made things, but I admit that human-made items often serve as close substitutes for their natural counterparts. Perhaps the most pressing issue is the production of single-use plastics. This revolution in materials dates back to the late 19th and early 20th centuries when the modern plastic industry began to take shape. However, people failed to foresee the long-term consequences of this synthetic material. Plastic transformed into single-use items, leading to the increase of waste on Earth. These materials are in everywhere, from the toys we buy for our children to the straws we sip our drinks through and the packaging that encases our daily purchases. Even our clothes contain large amounts of plastic. The fast fashion industry represents this unsustainable approach. Clothing items are produced at breakneck speed, designed for short-term use. The seek for the latest trends and the attraction of low prices affect this cycle of overconsumption. However, it's a cycle that we must consciously try to break. Instead of discarding clothing after a few months, it's far more sustainable to care for and wear them over many years. Otherwise, we carelessly contribute to Earth's destruction. Rather to recycle these materials, just keep being produced. Enough plastic has already been produced for the world for 500 years, and this is also true for paper and metal. Yet, there is hope. The concept of recycling offers a lifeline, a way to redeem the enormous waste generated by our throwaway culture. The challenge before us is not simply to recycle, but to redesign our world. Large corporations must take the lead, supporting the use of recyclable materials and recycling facilities. For instance, a company like Apple, famous for its innovative technology, has taken steps to minimize its environmental footprint. Its products are designed with recycling in mind, ensuring that materials are efficiently reused. The model of a circular economy, where resources are constantly cycled and reused, serves as an ideal of sustainable progress. These corporations can also educate consumers on the importance of recycling and provide motivations for returning used products. Scientists also can invent machines, which during recycling procedures could send the carbon dioxide and methane deep into the earth, then convert these to carbonate. Iceland has similar machines already, so the country can be a good example for us. To bring lasting change, we must wipe out the concept of single-use plastics from our collective consciousness. Instead, we need to embrace the idea of creating long-lasting tools from these materials. According to the latest data, in the United States alone, a colossal 42 million tons of plastic are produced each year. This translates to an astonishing 130 kilograms per person. This annual output beats the combined production of all European Union countries and is double that of China. I know it is good to be lazy and comfortable, but if you think about it, we take care to keep our immediate surroundings clean, yet somehow, when it comes to our Earth, the common home to all living beings, the same care does not extend. While maintaining a clean home or workspace may bring personal satisfaction, caring for our planet should be an even higher priority. We are fundamentally linked to nature, and therefore, it is our responsibility to clean up the dirt. It is worth to note that up to 2.2 million tons of plastic can end up in nature due to improper waste management. Even more alarming is the fact that 8.8 million tons of plastic enter the oceans via river waters each year. It is like dumping a fully loaded garbage truck into the oceans every minute. Microplastics have been swallowed by aquatic organisms for more than 70 years. If we continue this path, By 2030, the annual production of plastic could soar to 53 million tons, which is equivalent to half the weight of all the fish in the oceans. The situation is clearly alarming, and it is time for an era of recycling. Fortunately, innovative solutions are already evolving, and these deserve our steady support. The main priority should be to minimize the amount of land covered by concrete and maximize the use of natural, biodegradable packaging. These materials can serve as valuable resources for the soil, representing the wisdom of Albert Einstein's statement that energy is not lost, it is transformed. Also, bins should be placed at least every meter on the coast of oceans and in all water areas, and monitoring systems should be established. These can serve as important tools for managing plastic waste. This is not just a matter of environmental responsibility, but it is a testimony of our commitment to safeguarding the planet for future generations. Even within the challenges caused by plastic, there's room for optimism. By applying plastic as a carbon sink, we can potentially trap carbon dioxide, a major contributor to climate change. However, this approach has its limitations, primarily because synthetic materials like plastic are not naturally aligned with the delicate balance of nature. Attempting to force nature to adapt to our creations is not the answer. Instead, we must stay in the natural path for a balanced, sustainable life. Living our life consciously can lead to breakthrough ideas, like outdoor Hoover, but now we must start with small, simple actions. Picking up litter from the ground, even if it's not our own, is a meaningful step. These small efforts may seem worthless, but they are critical efforts to maintain a clean environment, because these junks need to be kept in a close, controlled place. Raising awareness about the impact of littering on our planet is vital. This message should be featured on television, posters, and signs, reinforcing the idea that we are all guardians of the earth. Actually, I am scared to throw away my trash, because I don't know where my trash is going exactly. Acceptable waste management remains a global challenge. In many areas, like where I live, wildlife such as foxes frequently tear apart rubbish bags, and the wind scatters waste all around. It is the time for humanity to reopen the doors of our hearts to nature. We must rediscover our profound connection with the natural world, a bond that has been eroded over the passage of time. This reconnection will enable us to see the challenges we face with fresh eyes, offering us the opportunity to develop innovative and realistic solutions for a cleaner, healthier planet. Our planet is a shared home, and as we rediscover our connection with nature, we embrace our responsibility to protect and preserve it for generations to come. It's time to realize that we have the power to make a lasting difference. Third challenge. Climate change. The Earth, our magnificent blue and green oasis in space, faces a growing threat. Climate change, driven by human activities, is rapidly altering the planet's delicate balance. This isn't a new revelation. The first scientific report on climate change due to human activities was written in 1896 by Swedish scientist Svante Arrhenius. He understood that releasing fossil fuels into the air would alter its composition. Now, 127 years later, the climate is indeed changing rapidly, while humanity is slow to act, which gives the opportunity for the sixth extinction event. I believe the biggest problem is that we are setting deadlines for this challenge. Often, we find ourselves missing deadlines and simply setting new ones. These deadlines come and go, while the Earth continues to experience the consequences of our inaction. The signs of a changing climate are undeniable. Bigger storms, stronger tornadoes, hotter weather, and it will only worsen. Climate change won't wait because we've set deadlines for our actions. It has already begun. The longer we wait, the more severe the consequences will be. Therefore, everyone needs to act for a better or safer world right now. Let me use a simple metaphor to understand better. Our ship is sinking. Our pursuit of comfort has come at a steep price. Since the Industrial Revolution, People desire more comfort, easier ways, and more efficient work. But at what cost? Burning fossil fuels, rapid production, poor waste management, incorrect agricultural methods, and deforestation are altering ecosystems and habitats that previously maintained Earth's balance. We've disrupted the complex web of life that sustains our planet, jeopardizing the very foundation of our existence. In the 21st century, humans have become reliant on continuous energy consumption. For example, charging phones and laptops, leaving car engines running while parked, excessive air travel, long showers, and constant use of lights contribute to the problem. Increasing use of air conditioners worsens the issue as they consume lots of electricity, much of which comes from fossil fuels. Instead of relying on artificial solutions, we should prioritize natural ones, such as trees, which already provide natural air conditioning. However, our demand for meat leads to deforestation as livestock require vast amounts of land. This is a wrong step. Humans are wasting the precious energy, because we think this energy is infinite, but let's not forget that the majority of our energy use comes from non-renewable sources. Perhaps the apple in the Bible could represent a metaphor for fire. We are the only animal species who got the knowledge how to control the fire. It gave us the power to heat up our environment, our food, our water, and actually this helped the brain to grow. Using fire made us comfortable, which allowed us to separate ourselves from nature. However, we are still part of the nature, and if we fail to act, then this will result severe consequences. These consequences are not just environmental, but can also include mental and physiological effects, such as fatigues, stress, mood swings, anxiety, insomnia, and unbalanced blood pressure. Also, agricultural effects arise because the weather patterns are less predictable. This causes plants to bloom prematurely, making them vulnerable to sudden cold snaps that can damage crops. Moreover, reduced rainfall in the summer results in dry soil and environments, leading to crop dehydration. Lastly, geological effects, such as rising oceans and seas reducing terrestrial land, changing air pressures and winds, result in deadly tsunamis and floods. Additionally, the use of fossil fuels leads to acidification of rains and oceans, causing the death of vital ecosystems like coral reefs, one of the most important areas in the ocean. The end of 2023 marked the first whole year where the average global temperature reached 1.5 degrees Celsius, as scientifically proven. How did this happen? Despite the world came together with the Paris Agreement, a global pact to challenge greenhouse gas emissions in 2015, this promise has yet to be fulfilled. Emissions continue to rise, highlighting the need for stronger commitment and action. Sadly, a financial report revealed that Shell, the largest oil company, profited over $7 billion in 2023. Insane. Instead of supporting developing countries with technology against climate change as agreed upon, developed countries have fueled conflicts and wars, worsening the climate crisis. The only forms of support are weapons and hate. Warfare is a double-edged sword when it comes to climate change. Weapons unleash disruption on the environment, destroying ecosystems and releasing pollutants into the atmosphere. Resources that could be used for sustainable development are instead funneled into violence. Dumping waste in developing countries further worsen the issue. Unfortunately, developing countries will bear the impact of climate change, despite contributing least to it. Adaptation was another point in the agreement. Since then, 9 years have passed, and as I mentioned in the beginning, our adaptation to new ideas is really slow. But have you ever think why is this? In my opinion, money appears to be a significant barrier to change, as the wealthy are invested in polluting industries. We often prioritize short-term profits over long-term sustainability. It's time to shift our focus and invest in solutions that benefit both our planet and our economy. The most valuable thing is taking care of our planet and its climate. Right now, Our money in the bank and our taxes are invested in the production of fuels, which only pollutes our environment. I would recommend an innovation where the taxpayers can decide where that money goes if we have to pay taxes anyway and fuel companies must be taxed as well. This way we would redirect taxes towards green energy solutions, and as more money flows into those companies, their products will become cheaper and more available on the market. Supporting green energy initiatives through taxes can accelerate the transition to a sustainable future. Our current consumption-driven lifestyle is unsustainable. We don't need to constantly acquire new things to live a fulfilling life. Almost everything we produce, such as steel, cement, or refrigerators, releases carbon dioxide, highlighting the need for a new era focused on recycling and reusing, which is essential for a healthy planet. Moderation is key in everything, much like in cooking. If you add too much salt in the food, it becomes overly salty. Similarly, excessive gas emissions result in a lack of absorption and even distribution, causing thickening, which is harmful. Therefore, please only use gas, oil, wood, etc., if absolutely necessary. This also applies to using cars. Enough from this lots of cars, it is not healthy. Walking or cycling instead of driving can significantly reduce emissions and improve both physical and mental health. Let's imagine we are in London. You're using a car, and I'm walking. Who do you think would reach the destination first? If you answered that you would with the car, then the answer is incorrect. In many cases, walking or cycling proves to be a faster alternative. It's a win-win situation for both your health and the environment. Traffic jams are everywhere, stretching for miles and frustrating for everyone. They waste time, fuel, and contribute to air pollution. Despite being aware of these consequences, many people continue to sit in traffic jams, emitting toxic gases. We must use our neocortex to find better solutions. Moving forward, graveyards occupy vast areas of land. I would like to propose a change in burial practices. Consider the possibility of planting trees instead, creating a living memorial that benefits the environment. Imagine the positive impact if we embraced this practice: more trees, cleaner air, and a more sustainable future. Comfort is a curse, and if we don't change, we risk extinction. Adapting to new ways of living is no longer a choice, but a necessity. Change can be uncomfortable at first, but it can also lead to a better future. The Earth will surely survive because it is a resilient planet and adapting to the new climate. However, it's likely that we won't be part of that survival because the climate is changing so rapidly that there won't be enough time for us to evolve. Now, the question remains: do we want to leave behind a legacy of destruction, or can we rise to the challenge and create a sustainable future for all? The choice is ours. The good news is that change is possible. Even small adjustments in our daily lives can have a significant impact, such as turning off the car engine while parking. Opting for walking or cycling instead of driving, using energy-efficient methods, and reducing waste are all steps in the right direction. Planting trees is a powerful yet natural way to combat climate change. Trees act as Earth's lungs, absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing life-giving oxygen. Moving away from fossil fuels is crucial. We need to invest in renewable energy sources like solar and wind power. These clean energy alternatives offer a sustainable future for generations to come. Our minds are incredible. We have many sustainable alternatives. Let's not fear change or new inventions. Our Earth relies on us. Let's invest in something good. Sacrificing comfort for the greater good can lead to a more comfortable and better life. Fourth challenge. Money. What exactly is money? You would say, it's something we all use, but I want to ask, how often do we stop to think about its history and impact? Here's a simple definition about money. Money is essentially anything that people agree to use to buy goods and services. It can be coins, paper bills, or even just numbers in a bank account. It's what you exchange for the things you want, like food or clothes. Definitely, money has become a significant part of our daily lives, yet I believe we aren't using it in the right manner anymore. To grasp my point, let's explore the fascinating evolution of money, how it shapes our lives, and ponders whether it's become a force for good or ill. In the beginning of human history, people relied on bartering, where goods and services were directly exchanged for other goods and services. However, bartering had limitations, such as the need for a coincidence of wants and the challenge of determining fair exchange rates. For instance, if I, an axe maker, desired a wheelbarrow from you, I could exchange some of my axes for it. However, if I wanted something else in addition, I couldn't simply offer more axes, as you might not need them, halting the exchange process. Therefore, people invented money, though not in the form we know today. Around 3000 BCE, civilizations like the Sumerians in Mesopotamia began using commodity money, such as barley, shells, or precious metals, as a medium of exchange. Due to their scarcity and utility, these items held value, making them suitable for trade. With the passage of time, new invention emerged, called representative money. Coins minted from precious metals, symbolizing a specific value. These coins made transactions more convenient and standardized. The next significant development came with fiat money, which gained prominence during the Middle Ages. It doesn't rely on a physical commodity. Its value comes from the government's declaration, like the paper money we use today. In the modern era, money has transitioned into digital forms. With the advent of banking systems and electronic transactions, most money exists as digital entries in computer systems. Cryptocurrencies, like Bitcoin, represent the latest evolution, offering a completely digital form of money independent of traditional banks. Today, money exists in various forms: cash, digital currencies, and bank deposits, playing a vital role in our economies. But the question remains, has the pursuit of money overshadowed its original purpose? There's no denying the negative aspects of our current relationship with money. Along its evolution, something has gone wrong, transforming this beneficial invention into something detrimental, leading to stress, chaos, environmental damage, and misery. We often find ourselves caught up in accumulating more and more, often without a clear purpose, which could be directed towards something meaningful. Money without a goal can be a burden, not a blessing. What's your plan with all the money you have? Do you want to create something good or useful in this world? Thinking about money when you're financially unstable can be a constant source of worry, while excessive wealth doesn't guarantee happiness. Because even with money, the true meaning of life hasn't been found. Money can also create selfishness and isolation. We can fixate it on our own gain, neglecting the importance of helping others, because it's a world where only my perspective matters. However, acts of generosity can be truly fulfilling, reminding us of the bigger picture and the importance of connection. Helping others awakens us from the trance of money, revealing our true nature. Imagine a different reality where love, unity, and cooperation flourish, devoid of greed and animosity. How nice would it be? However, the current reality differs from this ideal, with the influence of money extending even into realms like religions, such as the Roman Catholic, where signs of greed are strongly evident. Having been raised Roman Catholic, I've had the chance to study the religion's history, and I was surprised to read about wars, forgiveness only for money, and collusion with leaders. Thus, religion ought to be a spiritual movement guiding us towards harmony with nature and the universe, otherwise known as God. But I will explain this more in another topic. Have you ever thought about how strange it is that humans are the only creatures on Earth who pay to exist? Doesn't that strike you as a bit weird? If not, I ask the question, why then do we not use money more wisely? Money should be more like a voting right. Shifting our mindset towards this idea, then our spending habits could be a powerful one. Every time we spend, we're essentially supporting those companies, technologies, schools, hospitals, or brands who are receiving our money. This means we have the power to influence the world around us. Therefore, I believe we should spend our money on things that contribute positively to society and the environment. We need to use our money wisely to filter out companies whose aim is to profit at any cost, even at the expense of the earth, as they pollute and damage it. I urge you to notice when these companies hypnotize you with advertisements, scents, taste stimulations, and comfort to buy their products. Personally, I often find myself thinking about and wishing to volunteer to help clean and regenerate nature, which can make the earth better. Unfortunately, money always gets in the way because it requires payment and is expensive. It's unfair because volunteering means unpaid work, which wouldn't be an issue for me, but having to figure out how to get the money for accommodation and food feels like a kind of social robbery. Why isn't the government supporting these efforts with adequate funding? Really, we should be focusing on these tasks, not, for example, on oil production. Shouldn't we be focusing on tasks that keep nature clean and allow us to live in harmony with the environment? The call to prioritize the well-being of our planet resonates deeply with me. After all, the most basic necessities, food, water, and shelter, should be readily accessible because they are part of the cycle of nature. The keys are to maintain the cycle and find a sustainable balance between human needs and environmental responsibility. Everyday experiences are invaluable lessons if approached with curiosity. However, the current reality is sad because humanity is only taking without giving back, and even if you want to do something good, you can't because it requires money most of the time. It is unacceptable because the lack of money shouldn't be a barrier to helping the planet. Our time and skills can be just as valuable as a financial donation. This system stops numerous talented individuals of opportunities to realize their potential and contribute meaningfully to the world. They could help to advance the earth, but unfortunately, without money, there's no opportunity to make the idea a reality. Fun fact: those people who dress more cultured or wealthier, and when they ask for help, we generally help them more than those who come to us smelling bad or looking poor. We just tend to push away those people. So, the painful conclusion is that if you don't have money, people aren't interested in your ideas, even if they are world-changing. Unfortunately, many say that it's not as simple as that, because if the idea fails, investors will lose a lot, and this cannot be risked. The only problem here is that we think in terms of money. Is money truly necessary in effecting positive changes? If we already have the technology or tools for it and an idea comes up, then I think it's not money that is most important, but instead the consideration of how life on Earth will be affected for better or worse. Money should no longer influence our world, especially now that technology and AI can replace human labor. The concern about AI replacing human jobs is understandable. However, AI can also be a powerful tool for good. It can improve efficiency, freeing us from slavery for more creative and fulfilling work. Imagine fostering collaboration between humans and machines, with AI handling repetitive tasks, allowing us to focus on innovation and problem solving. Big corporations understand this, that's why they keep us in fear, saying that robots will take the power from us. It's worth noting that advertisements on your screen aren't generated by artificial intelligence, but rather manipulative tactics used in advertising by companies. They influence consumer behavior using cookies to bombard us with targeted ads. This can cloud our judgment and lead to impulse purchases. For further insight into this phenomenon, I recommend watching the documentary, The Social Dilemma, available on Netflix. The world practices a new religion nowadays, and the god of this religion is money. Our current system often prioritizes profit over everything else. However, it shouldn't be like that because we're no longer in a world where a shop sells only one item. That's just how it used to be. Nowadays, in factories or stores, multiple items are available at once. So instead of spreading out different brands to make more money from them, I think we should unify them. The idea of unifying product brands to save energy can be challenging, but perhaps a more achievable goal lies in promoting mindful consumption. By focusing on quality over quantity and reducing unnecessary waste, we can reduce the environmental impact. There's hope for change. Be a conscious consumer and embrace minimalism and sharing economy. Make your voice heard. Let's challenge the status quo and build a future where money serves humanity and the environment, not the other way around. We can move away from this idolization of money and rediscover our inherent connection to nature and all living beings. Remember, change starts with each of us. Fifth challenge. Illusions. Right now, humanity lives in a self-made illusion that blinds us to the reality around us. It's a societal construct that shapes how we perceive the world. This concept is eerily similar to the Greek myth, where people are chained facing a wall, mistaking flickering shadows for truth, completely unaware of the world existing beyond their limited view. This mirrors our current civilization, where work is the center of life, and our days revolve around it. Personal matters only fit in if there's a chance, and corporations exploit this societal norm, convincing us that free time is a luxury and there's no life without work, that true happiness lies in climbing the corporate ladder. It's a sad state of affairs, this constriction of our existence. Still, people think they have free will and do everything freely, such as sleeping, dressing, or eating. However, most of us are in an illusion, myself included, because we sleep and eat according to a socially constructed clock, a human-made construct designed for an easier population control by corporation. The same goes for brands and fashion, bombarding us with messages telling us what to buy, what to wear, what to be to achieve happiness. It's a constant stimuli of shaping our desires and influencing our choices. Everything we see, feel, or sense is mainly an illusion. But there's a way out. We can break free from this manufactured reality, such as the rat race. Reconnecting with nature can be a powerful tool for rediscovery. Nature is our friend. It has a long history, much longer than humans, and with its ancient wisdom, can be our guide. The natural world can help us awaken our senses and rethink the questions that truly matter. Such as, what is our role as humans on this earth? Or, how and why does life exist on earth? Or, what is our personal meaning in life? Or, how can I make my life better and more joyful? These profound questions can propel us towards a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe. Imagine the power we could unleash if we setting aside personal egos and embraced unity and cooperation. We can achieve extraordinary things. Remember, our brain is far more complex than any supercomputer. Humans possess remarkable problem-solving abilities, and our collective potential is immense. We have the power to forge a new path towards a harmonious coexistence, one that fosters balance between ourselves, the Earth, and the vast universe we inhabit. We have the capacity to discern reality because running around like headless chickens every day is not healthy. Always rushing, working, worrying and being mad. We need a revolution where we stop everything we have done and start from a new perspective, hopefully a better one. There are many good opportunities in the world that could improve our future, and it's time to use them. As the proverb says, there is strength in numbers. We, the everyday people, outnumber the corrupt, so if we unite, we can force positive changes. We hold the true power. It's not corporate profits that should define the future, but the collective voice and actions of the population. That's why I am writing this book, to talk to you, to wake you up, to break the spell of the illusion, so we can live as humans are meant to, thriving in knowledge, creation, and the pursuit of good. The old way of thinking is now obsolete. Everyone counts, not just a select few. We are all connected, a web of humanity where each action ripples outwards. If we can all get on the same page, we can affect the world positively and create a new golden age for ourselves and generations to come. The future is ours to shape. but it requires actions. Of course, it is tempting to rely on others to solve these problems, but what if that doesn't work out? Sadly, I know the answer. If an idea isn't successful, everyone complains and points fingers, claiming they could do better. If you could do better, then I am calling everyone to action. Let's develop our knowledge and improve our creativity for good. And if we fail, we won't give up. Making mistakes is good. They are stepping stones on the path to progress. This makes us perfect, because we can learn from our mistakes. As we reach this level, we will leave behind the illusion we currently live in. Keep in mind that the corrupt corporations, the unsustainable practices, the exploitative leaders, it's all part of the system we've built. However, we can rebuild it, brick by brick. Our voices, our actions, our demands, these hold more power than their wealth and influence. We are not slaves to be bought and sold. We are humanity, with the potential for greatness if we choose to claim it. We all want a clean and healthy environment, free will, and actions for good. Don't let fear paralyze you. Remember, their power comes from us. We are the ones who keep the wheels of society turning. We can choose to stop feeding the machine. Beware, we cannot expect changes from companies until our own expectations change. Companies often prioritize short-term profits over the well-being or health of their employees. They rather dazzle us or, let's say, shut us up with small payments, which are just their leftovers. This ensures that we continue working for them, and in the end, even those small leftovers go back to them. Shortly, this is the cycle how someone becomes a millionaire from our money. This didn't start recently. Historical evidence shows that people would do anything for the person who was strong and protected them from danger, and that was fine then. This concept has persisted through the ages and could still be acceptable today, but now we do things for a person just because they give us jobs in their companies and exploit us. If this culture remains in today's world, we should approach it sensibly and support true leaders, not false ones who use us as mere tools for their benefit. We must be cautious because most big companies, politicians, and those in power who control the earth do not want change, and the current situation is best for them. Therefore, if they sense something threatening, they keep everyday people in fear with increased prices and job losses. These people need to be reminded that their power and money come from us. It feels as if we are merely slaves to them. A few people's words keep the masses in fear. But why do we let them do this to us? Because they have money. If you read the previous topic, you should know by now that money can be used differently. With so much work and so many problems, they don't allow us to think about the real issues since we already have enough to deal with, such as being late for work or struggling to pay bills for the next month. But enough is enough. We must not let them keep us in fear any longer. We must never forget that we are a self-sustaining species and were born to maintain the balance of the earth, not to make others rich at the expense of life on earth. Also, they have other tricks to keep us in an illusion, namely promises and deadlines. Sadly, these deadlines are just there to waste more time. They're all distractions. Nevertheless, the present moment is all we truly have, and nothing should be more important than the present because we are living and breathing now, not in the future. The future depends on the present. Our real work, if we truly want to work, is to restore the natural elements we have destroyed and damaged. Then, we must protect them and ensure this never happens again. It is sad to watch what is happening before our eyes to the coral reefs, the rainforests, the oceans, the seas, and the ice caps. The devastation of our natural world are not distant threats anymore, but the reality which demanding our attention. We need to recognize that this is very bad news for humanity. Science has proven in many ways that the changes in the earth due to human activities have a detrimental effect on everything, yet most people turn their heads away and pretend this problem doesn't exist. But it is very real, and instead of ignoring it or fearing it, we should make progress. We should focus on finding solutions. However, the media, too, plays its role in creating the illusion and controlling our narratives. Their method is based on human fear, distract us with manufactured crises. Therefore, we can't think clearly and fail to see what we should truly be seeing. The press spreads bad news with a minimal chance of directly affecting us or focuses on phobias, and since nearly everyone fears something, these stories make people concentrate on themselves, withdraw from the outside world, and focus on avoiding danger only in their immediate surroundings. In doing so, they hide the real catastrophic news that affects everyone, regardless of geographical location. We can only find solutions to these disasters if we don't isolate ourselves but come together. We need to use critical thinking, the ability to discern fact from fiction. Hans Rosling, who died in 2017, was a Swedish physician, academic, and public speaker best known for his work in global health and data visualization. He often discussed the perception of global progress and emphasized the importance of distinguishing between something that is bad but improving and something that is already good but still imperfect. I can say that the world is improving in many ways, but numerous problems remain. Therefore, I encourage you to recognize positive changes and developments while continuing to address the issues that still exist. Let's not fall into the trap of reacting to news without truth created by the media. They aim to prevent us from focusing on solutions or real proven facts. We must be cautious with the media, as it can be misleading. Companies spy on us and try to hypnotize us through the internet. Choose your media sources very carefully, because many of them are not based on reality. That's why I prefer scientific reports over the media. Don't be a passive consumer of information. Actively seek out diverse perspectives, question, and form your own conclusions. Plus, a little digital detox is advisable for everyone to break free from the manipulative influences. The population scare is another tactic to manipulate us. The topic of overpopulation sparks a lot of debate. I often hear that overpopulation is upon us. But if there is overpopulation now, why do politicians urge us to have more children, for which you even get money? So, is there overpopulation or not? It's a confusing message, to be sure. Politicians contradict themselves because if there really was overpopulation, why would they want more children on Earth? Isn't that strangely manipulative? The truth is, there won't be any overpopulation, as many scientific reports have proven that we are unlikely to ever exceed a population of 11 billion, especially if we focus on fair distribution of resources, such as energy, water, education, healthcare, and technology. What we hear about overpopulation being upon us is just the media trying to create panic. Firstly, the population in the USA and Europe is stagnating, if not decreasing, as fewer and fewer children are being born. So most nations are starting to age, causing population numbers to decline. Secondly, I would like to emphasize that in the past, when more children were born, say in Europe, on average only 2 would survive to adulthood. One reason for this is that natural resources are finite, and once they are used up, they cannot sustain the population further because there is nothing left. I can't even imagine what life would be like now if multiple human species lived on Earth at the same time. I think we should rely on scientific reports to guide our understanding of complex issues, and it's time to give scientists a chance and listen to them. I believe we will achieve more by listening to scientists than politicians, especially since many politicians still claim that climate change is just a fiction. Scientists are actually with us, not against us. Look to the great minds of human history who always wanted progress and good for the Earth. People like Aristotle, Newton, Einstein, or Tesla, among many others. They weren't afraid to embrace new ideas that the people of their era deemed impossible, and their willingness to explore the unknown led to groundbreaking discoveries that continue to shape our world today. They challenged the status quo, faced many resistance, and dared to dream of a better future. However, things were different back then. You may ask, how? Were people smarter back then? Perhaps not, but they were more open to new ideas, more willing to embrace changes and adapt to them. Just imagine if they'd clung to old ways of thinking, refusing to believe. We wouldn't have now those seemingly boring but indispensable inventions in our daily lives, the tools that we use on a global scale. If people back then had remained skeptical and not helped the world evolve, our world might not even exist today. But that's just speculation. Like a scientist, I simply urge you to research your own truth to determine whether it's true or not. I guarantee that if you're curious about the world from all perspectives, you'll walk with open eyes and see clearly if someone tries to manipulate you. The role of law enforcement, including police officers and soldiers, should do the same. They should stand for truth and protect the people rather than clinging to the illusion of power and money. Maintaining order, as the word police itself implies, goes beyond things like theft among ordinary people. They should also maintain order among the influential, ensuring a fair society for all. Unfortunately, they don't do this. Instead, they obediently follow commands like puppets. The police force doesn't embody the true concept of order. Have you ever wondered why is it that the powerful write the laws, yet they exempt themselves from many laws? Laws should be fair and hold everyone accountable, regardless of social standing. We must be vigilant, demanding change until it becomes reality. Keep the pressure on them. It's no longer enough for them to talk about it because, behind our backs, they're not actually interested. Enough of sleepwalking through life and being in illusions. This planet, our shared paradise, deserves our care and protection. Adam and Eve sinned, and therefore God punished humanity by making us forget that we still live in paradise. We need to consider it as a test to determine if we are worthy of knowledge and true enlightenment. Let's learn from our mistakes and use our existing knowledge as a foundation to build a more sustainable future. We, Homo sapiens sapiens, must learn to rely on our own intellect, not just the tools we've created. If we really want to progress, instead of laziness, we should build new things upon the existing ones until we achieve harmony. Harmony is our ultimate goal, a state of balance with nature, with each other, and with ourselves. Truthfully, my natural self no longer feels good in this environment because it is harming humanity and everything on earth. Therefore, I strive to live a life true to myself, one that breaks free from the societal illusion. I believe a better world is possible, and I hope you'll be on the same side and join me on this journey from now on. It's time for a revolution, a collective awakening that will reshape our world. If every voice is raised and every action is taken, the path becomes clearer and change will be easier. Together, we can create the change we desire. Sixth challenge. Fake news. This next topic could be part of the fifth topic, but I believe it deserves a bit of attention on its own. News today is dangerous because information swirls around us like a relentless storm. Television, radio, newspapers, social media, and the internet bombard us with a constant stream of news. This constant connectivity, while offering a wealth of knowledge at our fingertips, can be a double-edged sword. The very nature of news tends to lean towards the negative. Shocking events, political turmoil, and tales of disaster dominate the headlines, while positive news, such as everyday peace and achievements, is rarely reported by journalists. If people constantly read bad or negative news, this negativity bias can shift humanity's mindset, leaving us feeling negative, overwhelmed, and hopeless. However, the world is far bigger than the headlines might suggest. Our planet is home to a staggering 8 billion people, each with their own unique cultures, behaviors, mindsets, and daily routines. The reality is far more diverse than we often encounter, and I have realized that news are somewhat self-centered. People in different places interpret news differently, creating varied realities for everyone. Often, news represent the reader's nation as a superior while other nations as evil and bad. Faking news can confuse people, and these reports can often add fuel to the flames of conflict. By focusing on competition between nations, highlighting differences and magnifying political tensions can create a sense of us versus them. This can lead to misunderstandings, hostility, and even violence. It's important to remember that these narratives are often simplified for dramatic effect, and the reality of international relations is way more complex. A true news should not create conflict between different people and nations. Instead, it should educate people about human diversity, which is a wonderful thing. But the reality is different. People crave for bad news. A scientific report highlighted that people prefer to watch bad news on TV or read it in newspapers. But I ask, why, people? Why do you want to fill your mind with bad news? Don't you know that your brain processes everything you insert, even unconsciously? Your brain processes all the information you feed it, shaping your reality and mindset. We should reject fake and bad news and demand news that enlightens us about people and environments on the other side of the world, news that develops our brains. So, how can we navigate this ever-present news cycle and emerge with a clear head? I suggest that you don't blindly accept everything you read or see. Ask yourself, who is reporting this story? What is their agenda? Could there be other perspectives to consider? Seek out a variety of sources and look for solutions, not just problems. There are many positive stories out there, such as scientific breakthroughs, acts of kindness, and inspiring tales of human resilience. A good news report should present the facts in a neutral way, allowing you to form your own conclusions. In my opinion, scientific reports can be a valuable source of reliable information. These reports are based on extensive experimentation, calculations, and data analysis, resulting in findings that either support or reject hypotheses. This offers a more objective view of the world around us. Let me share an interesting fact. A truth can change and become false. This is why science is valuable. It constantly challenges our brains to evolve and discover new information about ourselves and everything around us. What we believe to be true today may be challenged and refined tomorrow, which is totally fine. As you learn more, your perspective on the world broadens, making it easier to understand why people's mindsets, cultures, religions, and histories vary. However, current news often spreads misinformation on these topics, such as racism, which is deeply saddening. Have you ever wondered why we humans look so different from each other? It's all about where people live on the globe. Over time, people adapted to their surroundings in order to survive. This is what evolution is all about, changing to fit the environment. Different skin colors, lung capacities, and even heart rates can vary to help us thrive in various climates. But here's the amazing thing. Despite these physical differences, deep down, we're all one species. We share the same DNA blueprint, the same basic human machinery. This should remind us of something important, that we should treat each other with respect and kindness. One of the reasons we learn to speak is to communicate and understand each other easier. So, let's ditch the name-calling and insults, and instead, have mature and educated conversations. Don't spread information based solely on your experiences, as that can be biased. Don't limit yourself, because there is a whole world of knowledge out there. All information must be carefully inspected before drawing conclusions and sharing them. I just let you know that the media can be manipulative. They mostly take a sensational approach, focusing on fearful headlines instead of balanced information, to keep us in an illusion. Let's not forget how badly media can treat individuals. They mock celebrities, scientists, politicians, countries, or even ordinary people, creating negative public opinions that can severely affect mental health, leading some individuals to commit suicide. This is truly sneaky. I have two examples where the media manipulates public perception. The first is about artificial intelligence, or shortly AI. Many people fear AI because the media loves to portray it as a job-stealing supervillain that can even harm you, but that's simply not true. This fear is exaggerated by the media, but sadly, it's effective, because these news concentrate on human ego, which many of us can control really badly. I think AI actually is a powerful tool. Imagine it taking over repetitive tasks, freeing up our minds for creative problem solving, which can benefit our future. Instead of fearing AI, we should find opportunities to cooperate with it. AI can rapidly find information, shortening the time needed to learn about good and various things. It can also be a game changer in the medical industry to find cures for diseases, assist in mathematics and physics to build more sustainable infrastructure, and even improve agriculture. AI is a tool that can help us open new doors to discovery. The second example is the CRISPR-Cas9 genetic tool. It is powerful technology for editing genomes, allowing to easily alter DNA sequences and modify gene function, which can be beneficial. However, the media selling it as a way to create perfect humans, and this is misleading. The truth is, humans do not need artificial technology to modify genes because our brains are powerful enough to induce significant positive changes naturally. For instance, focusing intensely on a body part can lead to improvements, but thinking strongly about an illness can make you sick. This demonstrates the power of the brain and DNA, which are the building blocks of evolution. You don't need CRISPR-Cas9, especially if you are healthy, because it's often just a marketing ploy to take your money. In nature, a species with modified genes is called a hybrid. These hybrids might be stronger or faster, but they cannot reproduce because it wouldn't be healthy for the environment and biodiversity. The world is perfect in its imperfection. Humans have been accepted by nature, and we can reproduce, so we don't need hybrid humans, as that could cause chaos. We should use this fascinating technology responsibly and help those who need it most. For example, to cure diseases or assist disabled people in improving their lives, allowing them to live fully. So, be careful with the media, which influences public opinion with its immense power. News is often carefully crafted to evoke specific emotions and reactions. Remember, knowledge is power. Develop a healthy skepticism towards the news you consume and actively seek out diverse perspectives. This can empower you to form a more accurate and balanced understanding of the world. Let's work together to break free from fake news and build a future based on true knowledge. Seventh challenge. Technology. Throughout history, humanity and technology have walked hand in hand. The dawn of technology in human life began with the creation of the first weapons for hunting, baskets for collecting and storing items, and building of the first shelters for living. As human brains evolved, so did technology, especially in the last century. And let's not forget the explosion of the internet world in the 2000s. A remarkable aspect of technological science is its continuous potential for improvement. We can always find ways to do things better, more efficiently. Today, our cognitive abilities reach further than ever before. Embracing continuous improvement is in our nature. It is an evolutionary response to identifying and solving problems for survival and better living, a response that has led us from blind instinct to informed action. We call this enlightenment. The knowledge we gain through technology empowers us to make choices. Our ideas should be used for constructive purposes, not for creating weapons or harming the earth. Those of us born after the wars have no desire to return to those sorrowful times. We yearn for a world free from hatred and violence. We suppose to be smarter than our ancestors and should remember that we are all part of the same species. The questions about the meaning of life are endless, but within them lie the potential answers to save countless lives, even the life of Earth itself. That's why I encourage everyone to embrace curiosity and seek answers to life's biggest questions. Those who understand and use tools correctly can bring about significant changes in the near future. Let's not forget, we all view the world through unique lenses, shaped by our experiences. This diversity of perspectives allows us to notice things that others might miss. Everyone has the potential to contribute to a better future. Imagine a world with fewer livestock farms and more advanced sustainable technologies that work in harmony with the environment. This vision could extend the lifespan of humanity and the planet itself. For example, we could leverage UV radiation for general cleaning and water purification, which is a powerful alternative to harmful disinfectants. One of humanity's greatest achievements is the mastery of electricity. However, our current reliance on fossil fuels is an unsustainable and outdated practice. It's time to turn our focus to developing clean, self-sustaining energy sources. And yes, developing new inventions is challenging without money and resources, but the current mindset prioritizing profit over the environment needs to shift. If the knowledge is there and solutions are waiting to be discovered, then why are we so selfish, pursuing something only for money when the real value lies in the safety of the Earth? Consider NASA or Elon Musk's Mars project. They're all funded by extra taxes, but I don't understand if space exploration can garner significant resources. Why can't we invest in protecting our own planet? Especially since all the necessary resources are already available here. We need a new industrial revolution, one which centered on clean energy solutions. The concept of clean energy generally refers to renewable energy sources, such as solar energy, wind energy, hydroelectric energy, or geothermal energy. These energy sources produce energy in an environmentally friendly way and help reduce environmental impacts. In How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, Bill Gates outlines a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. He emphasizes the crucial role of decarbonizing electricity production as a foundation for change. He argues that achieving zero emissions in the power sector would not only cut down on pollution from coal and gas, but also facilitate the shift to electric vehicles and other zero-emission technologies. Gates points out that while wind and solar energy are important, their intermittent nature makes them unreliable as sole solutions. He proposes a diversified approach that includes significant investment in nuclear energy, a dependable source of clean power. Furthermore, Gates discusses the essential roles of government and business in addressing climate change. He calls for increased funding for climate research and policies that encourage innovation in green technologies. Gates argues that government should set up incentives for businesses to invest in sustainable practices and technologies. He also stresses the importance of implementing carbon pricing to account for the environmental costs of carbon emissions, thus making cleaner alternatives more economically viable. Simply reducing emissions isn't enough. We must strive for complete elimination. He warns that some strategies aimed at reducing emissions in the short term could be counterproductive if they lock in future emissions, such as replacing coal plants with natural gas plants which still emit CO2. Instead, investments should focus on infrastructure and technologies that will not emit carbon dioxide by 2050. Overall, Gates presents a pragmatic and technologically optimistic view, advocating for a combination of innovation, government action, and market-based mechanisms to address climate change effectively. He believes that with the right approach, it is possible to tackle the worst effects of climate change and achieve a sustainable future. I support his vision and believe we need to apply new solutions quickly in our daily lives. People often fear being controlled by those aiming for positive change, yet we are already influenced by negative forces. Consider these questions. If we can't control radiation like the waste from Chernobyl, what do we hope to achieve in space, the unknown? How do we defend against those radiations? Or do we already know how, but don't use it on Earth? I think we should first learn how to make nuclear energy safer and how to control radiation. It sounds scary, and human psychology points out that people fear new things and feel comfortable with what is already familiar. However, advancing requires us to adopt new ideas and step outside our comfort zones. For example, if our ancestors had not learned to control fire, we wouldn't have fuels today, and back then, this unknown source was an immense power that revolutionized human life. Imagine where we would be if they hadn't dared to experiment. We might still be living in the Stone Age, but that is not the case. Bill Gates also mentioned in its book that in the past, car usage was very dangerous. For example, there were no seat belts in the car, but instead of stopping it, they improved it, and although still many more people die in car accidents than in nuclear energy-related accidents, it has become much safer due to developments. Similarly, nuclear energy can be made safer through advancements. Being a better species isn't about improving ourselves, but about making things around us better. By doing so, we become better ourselves. This applies to artificial intelligence as well. The evolution of artificial intelligence presents both opportunities and challenges. AI shouldn't be a mere reflection of human thought and history. Instead, we should program it to understand the fundamental laws of nature, allowing it to evolve alongside us. This collaborative approach can accelerate scientific progress and problem solving. We need to understand that AI will become a big part of our lives, if it isn't already. So, we must ensure that we can use it in the best way possible. By doing this, AI can work with us to find solutions, making it easier to fix the world's problems and reducing the time needed to find answers. It can help us with planting, building, calculating, and planning, which might bring a new golden age to our planet. AI can do more than just simple tasks. In farming, for example, it can help grow more crops by predicting the best times to plant and harvest. In building, AI can make projects more efficient and safer by managing schedules and spotting dangers. For calculations, AI can do complex maths quickly, and in planning, it can look at a lot of data to help us make better decisions. Using AI in these areas could lead to big improvements, similar to great times of progress in history like the Renaissance or the Industrial Revolution. If we use AI carefully and ethically, it can drive human progress in amazing ways. Fossil fuels significantly threaten our health by causing lung diseases and many other illnesses. It is time for change. It would be incredible if we could already provide clean energy globally for everyone, using technologies like nuclear fission and fusion, and extend this energy to remote areas. Technologies already exist to safely house nuclear reactors underground, ensuring safe energy production. However, the government is currently using these underground reactors inappropriately, for military purposes or special research tasks, such as developing nuclear weapons. Nonetheless, these reactors could also be used for positive purposes. A good example is the Antarctic Research Station, which demonstrates how such reactors can effectively provide energy in remote locations. If we are willing to learn more about nuclear energy, we could control it effectively and avoid future accidents. Since many of you may not have a detailed knowledge of these processes, let's explore nuclear energy in more detail. Nuclear fission and nuclear fusion are two distinct processes that release energy due to changes in the nucleus of atoms. Nuclear fission involves splitting a heavy atomic nucleus into two lighter nuclei, along with a few neutrons and a large amount of energy. This process is typically initiated by bombarding either uranium-235 or plutonium-239 with a neutron. The energy released due to conversion of mass into energy, described by Einstein's equation. This reaction can release millions of electron volts per reaction, making it a highly energetic process. Nuclear power plants currently use fission to generate electricity. The fission reaction produces heat, which is converted into steam to drive turbines. This can produce a continuous supply of energy for many years using a relatively small amount of fuel. However, since nothing is perfect, nuclear fission is no exception. The challenge for us is to find solutions for managing radioactive waste and storing it properly. Additionally, we need to explore alternative fuels, as uranium and plutonium are limited resources. Let's now look into what nuclear fusion is. Nuclear fusion is the opposite of fission, because it involves combining two light atomic nuclei, such as hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium, to form a heavier nucleus, releasing energy in the process. Actually, this is the process that powers the Sun and other stars. Fusion offers the potential for even greater energy generation than fission, but it requires extremely high temperatures and pressures to overcome the natural repulsion between positively charged nuclei. While not yet commercially viable, fusion holds immense promise for the future. Experimental reactors, like ITER, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, are being developed to achieve sustained fusion reactions. Fusion has many advantages, such as an abundant fuel supply. Deuterium can be extracted from water, and tritium can be bred from lithium. It also produces less radioactive waste compared to fission and poses no risk of a runaway reaction or meltdown, as seen in fission reactors. However, there are still significant technological challenges in achieving and maintaining the conditions necessary for fusion, and the initial costs for research and development of fusion reactors are high. For a deeper understanding, I recommend exploring resources like the World Nuclear Association, https://www.world-nuclear.org/information-library/current-and-future-generation/nuclear-fusion-power.asp/x MIT Technology Review, https://www.technologyreview.com/. Following this brief overview of nuclear energy, I would like to highlight other forms of sustainable energy. I believe that new technologies should align with nature, and we need to be conscious of how our actions impact the Earth and how we can minimize our environmental footprint. Unlike Bill Gates, I believe that solar and wind energy offer tremendous potential. Every household should already be equipped with solar panels and wind turbines, as they can generate energy whenever there is sunlight or wind. This would significantly reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. However, if this isn't enough to stop us from using fossil fuels, we should at least install carbon dioxide scrubbers everywhere, as they offer a viable solution for cleaning the air we breathe. It's baffling why we haven't taken significant action yet, given that we have the knowledge and technology to address these challenges. Additionally, instead of constantly seeking new construction sites, why not explore abandoned places and recycle materials for building renovations? Straw bale construction is one method of sustainable and environmentally friendly architecture, where natural and local materials are used for construction. These materials can include wood, stone, clay, or other natural materials. Straw bale builders aim to leave the smallest ecological footprint possible with their buildings and to be in harmony with the environment. Fortunately, positive change is already underway. Sustainable architecture and clean energy sources are being implemented worldwide. Numerous communities have incorporated sustainable solutions, including community gardens, buildings powered by clean energy sources, and even transportation systems that rely on renewable energy. The specific approaches will vary depending on available resources and opportunities, but careful planning, material selection, and energy-efficient technologies play a crucial role. Cities like Copenhagen in Denmark serves as a prime example with its 8 House, which is an environmentally friendly, sustainable residential building. This building follows the principles of straw bale construction, as it features green roofs, solar panels, and other energy-efficient solutions. The 8 House is not only environmentally friendly, but also designed with a focus on human-centric features, providing communal spaces and green areas for residents. The California Institute of Technology campus in the United States also implements several sustainability measures. For instance, among the university buildings, there are solar panels, water harvesting systems, and other energy-efficient solutions. These examples show how principles of sustainable architecture and clean energy can be applied in reality. To secure a better future, we should understand the world around us and not fear it. However, we must remember that modern science is relatively young. This provides a great opportunity for today's generations, especially the youth, who are highly skilled with smart devices. It is crucial that they use these devices not just for entertainment and collecting likes, but also to learn how to overcome societal illusions and evolve as human beings. The internet and technology have tremendous potential to create something good, but unfortunately, they also contain a lot of misinformation and scams. Improving internet security is crucial for enhancing safety. We should channel the curiosity and openness of young people into scientific research. For instance, Google Scholar is an excellent resource as it offers books and journals with real knowledge, unlike fake news. It is essential to take crucial steps to avoid living in an illusion. Humans aren't the creators of Earth. Rather, we are products of this incredible planet. It's our responsibility to act as stewards, using intelligence and innovative thinking to ensure its well-being. Life isn't a game. It's a precious reality, and we only have one life here. Therefore, companies should be pressured to switch to biofuels as an alternative to fossil fuels. Additionally, there is a method to extract carbon dioxide from the air and use it to produce carbon-based fuels. Forgotten inventions like the dynamo remind us of the vast potential for harnessing invisible but powerful energies that surround us, think gravity or pressure. Imagine if we could develop devices that utilize these forces, eliminating the need for traditional fuels and ropes altogether. Our focus should be on free, renewable energies, not on profiting from limited resources. Countless examples of invisible yet powerful energies exist throughout the universe and even on our own planet. The world is full of sustainable solutions, ideas, and inventions. Now, it is up to us to use them effectively and to continue actively seeking new breakthroughs that can transform Earth into a paradise. Once we achieve this, we can think about colonizing other planets, but for now, we must focus our inventions on improving our beloved Earth. 8th challenge. The modern human. As a zoologist, I am fascinated by observing my surroundings, and this extends to humans' behavior and psychology. I often take walks to observe and study the human species, seeking to understand their diverse mindsets. Finding answers to what it means to be human is crucial for living a fulfilling life. However, to comprehend humans as a species, it requires not only observation but also extensive communication with others. Sadly, it has become apparent to me that many people feel miserable and unsure of their place in the world. They seem to be in a constant search for happiness and the meaning of life, but it only makes them feel stressed, frustrated, and angry. Nevertheless, it is essential to realize that genuine happiness originates within, not from external sources. It must be unlocked and then mirrored in our environment, which will lead us to see our surroundings as a reflection of our inner state. Searching for the meaning of life is pointless because life itself is inherently meaningful. This precious existence offers us the opportunity to explore, learn, and thrive on our beautiful planet. This indicates that the meaning of life is actually part of us. On the other hand, wars and hatred only block us from seeing the beauty of life. Therefore, we must reject such paths, and humanity needs to realize that conflicts only have destructive consequences. I question the logic of maintaining and financially supporting armies that gather people to kill their fellow human beings in other countries. Sadly, this is the current reality. Instead, these armies should be directed towards protecting our planet from poachers, illegal fishing, and other harmful activities that disrupt ecological balance. Our intelligence should be used only for positive and beneficial purposes. We must find a middle way that benefits everyone and leads to a better civilization. This is possible if we realize that we must prioritize the well-being of others before our own. Enough of the miserable life. Kindness is the key to unlocking a better world. Our brains crave kindness, because it is encoded in us, but many people block this feeling within themselves due to fear or self-sabotage. Our modern life is characterized by rapid mood swings, often triggered by the constant stimulation of our brains. We are overwhelmed with unnecessary information and do not realize how it affects our lives. Negative news can cause anger and negativity, which holds back our ability to experience lasting happiness. It is crucial to think critically rather than simply rely on emotions, which can be misleading. As every animal has a purpose on this earth, so do we, and our purpose is to be the guardians of this planet. Our duty to use our intellect and capabilities to foster a sustainable world. Sustaining the earth is a responsibility that falls on everyone, regardless of their economic status. Additionally, we must prioritize stillness and allow others to live in peace. For instance, we often encounter harsh news about people or events, and instead of taking the time to investigate and understand the situation, we react with immediate anger towards the individuals, groups, or issues presented in the news. This tendency explains why, when people see someone standing and doing nothing, they might quickly assume that the person is up to something bad or lazy, and so forth. From my perspective, standing still should become the norm. Continuous rushing drains our energy and harms the planet. We need to stop the constant rush to work and learn to relax and take moments of rest. Slowing down allows us to appreciate the present moment, make informed decisions, and improve our cognitive function. Plus, this approach can significantly benefit both your environment and the earth. Have you noticed that your walking speed has accelerated in this rushing world? Also, don't you think it's a waste of life to work at a job you hate and then poison yourself with alcohol on the weekend to forget the past 5 sad days? To cultivate a happier and calmer mindset, we must create better, kinder, and more thoughtful brain stimuli. These stimuli can be achieved through sports, yoga, swimming, reading, meditation, hiking, resting, and forest bathing. If you do this for 80 to 240 days, you can establish new habits and easily discard old ones. Any new habit can be started immediately. It doesn't have to work right away, but a small step forward is better than continuing with old habits. Furthermore, I believe freedom of speech is illusory in our society, as many people struggle to express their emotions openly. Because of this, they face many issues to deal with, such as stress, anxiety, lack of appetite, and depression. These individuals often keep their true problems to themselves because society tends to acknowledge people only when they display foolish or absurd behavior. As a result, we often see only one side of the coin. The mainstream often focuses on entertainment, conflict, drama, and sensationalism, rather than addressing critical matters that could improve human existence, such as solutions to racism, climate change, waste management, and poverty. Therefore, it feels natural to criticize ourselves and feel ashamed when we reveal our true emotions. However, this is an unnatural state, as the brain is an inexhaustible reservoir of ideas, always ready to express our thoughts and feelings. Greta Thunberg, a famous Earth activist, said, "People no longer care about things that are truly important, and one of the symptoms of this is climate change." I think she wants to highlight that maintaining the Earth's balance is more important than achieving personal desires. I totally agree with her. It is time to shake things up and challenge outdated thought patterns, as we continuously do with religion, because let's not forget that many things and the unknown were considered sinful or bad in the past. In my view, the education system urgently requires reform, as it currently focuses on training children to be productive workers rather than encouraging them to question and think critically. This leads to an adulthood curse, as the majority of adults lose the courage and limitless imagination they had in childhood. They feel anxious after every action, wondering what others think, whether they will be laughed at or not taken seriously. Consequently, this leads them to be unsure about themselves, so they follow the herd to feel safe. We need to recognize that we were born on this planet as a self-sustaining species, just like every other species. The Earth provides everything necessary for life and survival, and in return, it expects us to recycle what we use to maintain a continuous and sustainable energy cycle. Fungi, Bacteria and viruses coexist harmoniously in and on our bodies, often outnumbering human cells, yet they sustain their existence in a way that supports the well-being of both themselves and us. Unfortunately, our society is built on the false principle which says that we must work for money to stay alive. These jobs have transformed us into brainless zombies, trapped in routines and sustaining companies that diminish our critical thinking abilities. As a result, the brain operates on autopilot, reliving the past daily. This limits our cognitive capacity for new experiences to a mere 5%, while the rest remains within our comfort zones. It's absurd that we allow corporations to dictate our life, forcing people to work continuously and reasoning that if we don't work, there is no profit, is illogical. Profit for what? I must admit that those who initiated this shift in our mindset were clever, as they managed to hypnotize us and keep us in an illusion, resulting in great wealth for their families and surroundings. However, we need to wake up and recognize that this is not natural, because money is just a human-made, artificial tool. We can't avoid the real daily problems anymore, which are not about how to pay the monthly bill or being late for work. We need to reconnect with nature, and it's supposed to be easy since it largely depends on our mindset. Not only the environment can shape our minds, but our minds can also shape our environment. We should reclaim our natural position as human beings and reject corporate companies that attempt to mislead us. We cannot rely on current leadership or corporations to address these challenges. The health of our planet is at stake, and they have barely done anything about it. Trust me, if more people begin to think positively, our environment will improve as well. Enough with the lies that everything is fine. Being unsatisfied with limited knowledge and questioning things to seek evidence in order to find the truth should come naturally, as these are innate human qualities. Unfortunately, our modern world has become weak because we are too comfortable, thinking there is nothing left to achieve. We live an unsustainable life as if we had two planet Earths. We consider ourselves a superior species, always correct and all-knowing, but this is far from the truth. We can't even sense the danger of natural disasters that are already upon us. It is essential that we stand up and address today's issues. It is up to our generation to ensure a better future for the next. Yes, sacrifices and changes are necessary for the sake of progress and improvement. Ambition is essential. We must seek and uncover the true knowledge that is hidden from us by influential people. Without pain, there is no gain. Every pain will fade away, as new actions become habits. These new habits will eventually become natural for us. This process is the foundation of cultural evolution. Our current culture was also shaped by our minds, but we must recognize that today's culture is no longer compatible with our capabilities. While our minds are capable of remarkable advancement, we often delay their growth, either consciously or unconsciously. Personally, I dislike how our culture divides everything into two opposing sides and creates conflict among people. Unfortunately, this mostly comes from media manipulation. We shouldn't separate individuals based on skin color, gender, abilities, and so on. These individuals are part of the human species just like everyone else. Instead of demonizing them, we should seek understanding and listen to their perspectives as well. Also, I don't understand why people want to be different from others and divide the earth into countries. We are all part of the same species, and one piece of evidence is that anyone can learn the languages of other countries. Interestingly, as you start speaking more languages, your perspective on the world expands, allowing you to better understand other people's stories and lives. Can you imagine a world united by a common purpose? I can. Such progress could foster easier cooperation. We need to find a middle way that works for everyone. We mustn't give up. In my opinion, achieving this middle way would be more possible if we change equality to equity. Introducing goodwill into our lives will enable us to have meaningful conversations, brainstorming sessions, and cultured debates. Debates. Furthermore, learning from animals, such as birds, ants, and bees, can teach us valuable lessons about living sustainably. They are more connected to nature than we are, so we should strive to mimic their innovations using our own tools. If you think about it, we are like living, thinking cameras. Our eyes are part of our brain and the only part that can directly sense the outside world. We not only see with our eyes but also reflect thoughts through them, as we perceive pictures, movements, and feelings in others. These insights can be developed to improve ourselves. Fortunately, science offers invaluable knowledge and its findings are endlessly evolving. It can find answers to our big questions. Therefore, we must actively experiment with ideas for improvement and seek the truth of the present. If you think something could be improved positively, you should express it and share it with as many people as you can. It is time to speak up and understand each other for better collaboration. Modern times do not highlight enough how slowly humans evolved, which makes us to believe that early humans had the same knowledge and thinking patterns as modern humans. However, they did not. The development of language and our current state of being took thousands of years. The Z, in general Z, may falsely suggests that people are nearing the end of human evolution. However, humans are still very young in terms of Earth's evolutionary development, which is a never-ending process. Do we really want to stop evolving? I don't think so, because if we stop, we will fall behind and eventually face our own extinction. Please pay attention and use critical thinking in all your thoughts and actions. Learning to think critically is crucial because it helps us find pieces of evidence about anything through reasoning based on the current scientific reality. Respecting the laws of nature and removing egoistic mindsets will lead us to find love in everyone and live healthily, peacefully, and freely. I encourage you to walk through the world with wide open eyes. Ninth challenge. Cultural differences. History and culture have been intertwined with humanity since its very beginnings, passed down through generations in the form of stories and sayings. These teachings were vital for survival in ancient times. The environment was dangerous, so ignoring these guidelines often meant death. However, as time has progressed, our surroundings has dramatically transformed from wild landscapes into urban areas. Most aspects of life are vastly different now compared to the past. Yet, many people still find value in learning and teaching history and culture. This can be beneficial as it helps people understand different time periods and perspectives. During my teenage years, I developed some interest in history too. However, I must admit, I was somewhat of a nationalist, harboring anger and resentment towards other nations due to the historical wrongs inflicted upon my country. I reckon many people worldwide share similar sentiments about it, but over time, I'm no longer that person because I began to realize something important. Every nation teaches history with bias, and this isn't something we should be proud of. In essence, each country portrays itself as a victim, which fosters a harmful cultural mindset. Teaching history often focuses on conflicts, wars, the glorification of past empires, and the blaming of other nations for current circumstances. This results in non-stop hatred between neighboring countries and across the world. My perspective on countries shifted significantly after I started traveling to different places, engaging with diverse people, and exploring their points of view. Through ongoing research and reflection, I've come to understand that history belongs to the past. It has already occurred, and nothing can change it. Therefore, our focus should be on creating a better future, not on seeking revenge for past mistakes. It is crucial to have reliable resources for understanding history without bias. For this reason, I recommend the YouTube channel called Crash Course to everyone. It not only offers informative content but also promotes a healthy mindset towards history and culture. The right education and the ability to let go of the past are essential for moving forward. The generation that shaped the mindset and history of the world we live in has grown old. They have to realize that the time has come to pass the baton to the younger generation and let go of outdated mindsets as well. We shouldn't hold on to traditions that are no longer relevant. This shift will enable us to correct past mistakes and reshape our present for a better, more peaceful future. Surely, the mindset of past generations was different and made many poor decisions, which led to numerous wars, but let's just move on because everyone makes mistakes. My only wish is that we stop clinging to history and outdated cultures. These simply prevent us from evolving, progressing, and achieving our goals. We must address the present issues and focus on their solutions, which exist here and now. Trust me, this will lead to achieving something extraordinary. We just need to see the bigger picture. However, we must approach the future with caution, carefully considering every new thought and idea, whether it could lead to positive or negative change. This means we should avoid rushing and should continue developing our ideas until the outcome ensures a positive change. It's all about having a flexible mindset. We need to break free from old habits and let go of the past, as doing so will open the door to adopting new, better habits that align with modern life. It is important to highlight that culture is created by humans, not by nature. Relying on culture and history to justify conflicts between nations is foolish and a waste of time. Creating new cultures could be the next step in human evolution, leading to changes as transformative as the Industrial Revolution, but healthier and more thoughtfully planned. True culture emerges when we pass on real scientific knowledge to future generations, inspiring them to build upon and improve it, rather than simply stopping at one point and declaring, "This is our culture." I am not saying that humanity only has bad cultures, as there are many good cultures and traditions around the world that we still need to preserve and spread. However, we must discard the harmful ones, and it is our responsibility to continuously expand both our and their knowledge, as there is always room for improvement. Cultures should unite people through shared actions and values, but they must also adapt to the changing world because we are constantly evolving and learning more about life. When we recognize something is wrong, we just stop it. Our culture urgently needs a new era. We are a different generation that understands things that our ancestors didn't. This is an evolutionary principle of continuous improvement. The concept that only the elderly are wise is no longer relevant. The old can learn from the young, just as the young can learn from the old. If we allow it, we can all learn from each other, every single minute. With this in mind, we should give young and visionary leaders a chance. I don't understand why nations always choose elderly leaders who end up controlling the countries. Many of today's leaders were young during World War II, and they still carry that outdated worldview, believing they are still at war. This mentality fosters competition instead of cooperation, with too much focus on self-interest. They simply need to hand over control to the younger, brighter generation that can manage future success through technology and a forward-thinking approach. We need new ideas and directions, not another World War mindset. The problem with today's leaders is that they don't listen to the voice of the people. Instead, they impose their will, which often isn't even their own, as they are merely puppets for the wealthy elite. These leaders are not true leaders, because true leaders guide people in the right direction and protect them when they are in danger. Instead, they are subjecting us to a consumerist lifestyle characterized by pollution, overconsumption, and anxiety. Our lives should have more meaning, rather than being an empty chase for material goods. Furthermore, they should lead countries toward unity rather than destruction. These days, humanity has reached a point where it can think critically and use its intellect, so the right thing would be to avoid impulsive actions and put an end to outdated conflicts. We can't leave each other to struggle. Solutions will only emerge if everyone works together and discusses problems civilly. There are many ways to learn about our own species, such as traveling. When you travel, don't just be a tourist, but try to understand and respect other points of view and their environment. Historical monuments can provide a three-dimensional insight into how nations emerged and how their people thought. There is absolutely no place for littering and vandalism. Take care of everything, because the earth belongs to everyone equally. This approach also ensures that we learn from each other from every angle. This historical moment could serve as a valuable example for future generations, as such cooperation has been rare in history. Creating a successful society is somewhat like building a football club. It takes years, even decades, of good decisions and hard work to achieve greatness. However, keep in mind that eras continuously shift between good and bad. This is a natural process. At present, humanity is in a particularly bad era, one that is disrupting the delicate balance of nature. This must certainly come to an end. Therefore, the only aspect of history we should carry into the future is the history of science. I have always been fascinated by how people in the past made remarkable discoveries with limited tools and answered profound questions through experimentation. Driven by a desire to advance, they weren't afraid to challenge and change cultural mindsets when they realized that existing beliefs were wrong, even if it meant risking their lives. From the misconception of a flat Earth to the invention of the wheel, curiosity has been the driving force behind progress. Today's people should continue this legacy by asking the right questions in their everyday life. Questions like, why? How? What? And, what is this good for? This attitude will guide us toward a new, positive era. I believe that each generation comes to this realization and tries to do what's best for the greater good, as long as they have the right resources available. Everyone has a role to play in restoring balance and creating a new culture with a better history. We must not get stuck on what we think we already know because it might not even be true. Instead of fighting, we should be smart and use our intellect rather than our strength as we move into the next phase of human development. Let's transform our history and cultures for the better, so future generations will remember this time as a golden era. 10th challenge. Education. In the beginning of our lives, we all start as babies. Each newborn arrives with a clear, pure, and untouched mind. This means that as infants, we do not possess fears, opinions, hatred, or greed. We are open to everyone and full of unconditional love. We exhibit a natural curiosity about our surroundings and the world. However, between the ages of 3 and 5, our superego begins to develop. This internal regulator has a critical and moralizing function, representing the idealistic part of our psyche that strives to align our behavior with societal and ethical norms. Consequently, from this early age, it becomes crucial what we learn from our parents and what we, in turn, teach our children. The same principle applies to nurseries and schools, as the current education system is outdated, even with the integration of technology in classrooms. In my view, schools are teaching subjects like history, mathematics, literature, and other disciplines incorrectly, while neglecting more practical and meaningful knowledge that is essential for living a fulfilling life. Presently, the educational approach prioritizes producing obedient individuals who do not question authority, teaching them to earn money and become lifelong workers, as if these were essential for survival. In truth, money, for example, is a human invention and, therefore, unrelated to our inherent nature and unnecessary for existence. It only leads to negative feelings and depression, weakening our species. Most people have forgotten that our species' true strength lies in creativity, which is naturally free and originates from the mind. Therefore, education should focus more on helping children unlock their full potential as human beings. Traditional subjects should be replaced or supplemented with new ones that teach practical skills such as construction, creation, meditation, teamwork, repair skills, problem-solving, survival techniques, physical exercise, etiquette, mindfulness, empathy, effective communication, and research methodologies. Additionally, a deeper understanding of life sciences like biology, physics, and chemistry is essential, as these are foundational elements of life. I urge young, future, and current politicians to study life sciences and psychology, as this knowledge would greatly benefit their understanding of today's real dangers and how to address them. Sadly, today's legislation is ineffective and inefficient, which is concerning. It's hard to understand why many valuable teachings are delayed until university. Unfortunately, by then, our brains have already accumulated a great deal of irrelevant information. I think it would be beneficial to introduce university-level concepts much earlier, even in nursery school, when children's minds are still flexible. Doing so could help guide their development in a positive direction from a young age. On the other hand, there are the parents. Parenting is undeniably challenging, and formal training in this crucial role is lacking. Parenting practices are often passed down from generation to generation, with each adult simply replicating the way they were raised. Therefore, everyone needs to learn mindfulness, so we can be aware of our actions and potentially break the cycle of bad habits and triggers learned from our parents. It's worth mentioning that even before a child can speak, they are already observing every movement and body language of their parents. This is how they first learn. As children grow and interact with their environment, they adopt some of the behaviors of those around him too. So be careful, because if a child is consistently exposed to anger, hatred towards animals or people, or constant swearing, they may adopt these traits as normal behavior. However, if everyone were to teach mindfulness to children as early as possible, it could enable them to question societal norms and potentially break generational cycles of harmful behavior. Unfortunately, we are still far from this ideal. Currently, children are often taught how to work, how to divide people into us and them, how to stand out as individuals, and how stressful life can be. These pressures are only damaging to their well-being. Humans need to realize once again that we possess a remarkable evolutionary gift, the brain. It is capable of innovation, cooperation, and decision-making. We have the ability to think ahead, choose thoughtfully, and imagine new possibilities. To use this gift wisely, we must provide appropriate education in schools, within our communities, and in our families. Teaching has always been a crucial part of humanity, from ancient times to the present day. It is, in essence, a global culture. In the early days of humanity, parents and elders taught the younger generation to increase their chances of survival. As the human brain evolved and more knowledge became available, a formal education system became necessary. The first national school system was introduced in Prussia in the early 18th century. Under the leadership of King Frederick William I, the Prussian government implemented state-controlled education in 1717. This system made elementary education mandatory for all children and laid the foundation for modern public education systems. Prussia's model became highly influential, inspiring other countries to develop their own national education systems throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. At the time, this was a positive development, as it enabled more people around the world to receive an education and learn valuable skills. However, as people gained more knowledge, they also became more arrogant, believing that they knew everything and insist their opinions were universally true, often without proper research or experimentation. This attitude is particularly prevalent in modern society. Many individuals believe they know everything based merely on their personal experiences. Considering that there are over 8 billion people on the planet, each with their own perspectives, experiences, and backgrounds, it's impossible to claim that something is universally true until it is proven to be so everywhere. This is why I propose universal university education and encourage you to visit libraries, as these institutions provide the tools to explore the unknown and turn questions into answers. Another point I want to highlight is the way schools approach teaching equality. While equality is important, I advocate for equity, as it would be more effective in addressing the needs of children from different backgrounds. It is important to remember that everyone has a unique learning style. For example, some children learn best through listening, others through visualization, and some by writing things down. Unfortunately, schools rarely acknowledge and test these methods individually until they find the right one. This often causes children's curiosity to fade. However, curiosity is essential for progress, as it drives us to challenge existing knowledge and find innovative solutions. Therefore, I encourage all young people to remain curious, even when it is difficult. Furthermore, I think we need to continue developing our understanding of languages and challenging any elements that carry superiority. For example, why do we refer to an animal or plant as it in English when they are also living beings? The focus should not be on which language is being taught, but rather on the importance of learning languages in general. The more languages we can speak, the better we can understand each other and address the problems humanity faces. Imagine a world where everyone could choose to learn multiple languages from childhood. This could potentially lead to the emergence of a new international language, free from elements of superiority. While different languages are beautiful and cultural treasures, there are few, pure-blooded, people left, as most of us come from mixed heritage after thousands of years of human history. Therefore, we should not cling to a single language, nor should we hate others. Learning languages could be a step towards building a more harmonious world through communication and collaboration. Everyone can learn from everyone else, so we must strive to bring out the best in others, as well as in ourselves. We must also learn to accept and consider the opinions of others. This overview of education highlights why it is important for schools to teach and prioritize those essential skills and sciences mentioned at the beginning of this chapter. These are truly vital for survival and for a healthier Earth. For example, a solid understanding of technology can teach us how a 3D printer works and how to maintain it, enabling create self-sustaining homes, reduce transportation needs, and combat pollution. These tools could be inexpensive and highly useful. In fact, they could bring us to a point where money is no longer necessary, as self-sustaining systems would cover all our needs, eliminating shortages and meaningless jobs. True freedom could be within our grasp, allowing us to move beyond working for others and focus on meaningful work, such as how to cooperate with the earth and maintain our health. As Brian Tracy said, in the modern world, a flexible mindset is essential for success, as it aids in continuous learning. Without it, there is no success, only regression. Therefore, we must urge governments worldwide to reform education systems. Additionally, parents and educators need to collaborate, update their knowledge on various topics, and seek help from professionals if needed, as this will help ensure that future generations have a bright future. 11th challenge. Religions. Religion has played an integral role in the life of humanity throughout history. It is not merely a set of beliefs, but it has become a cultural force that shapes societies, influences individual behaviors, and offers a framework for understanding the world around us. Religion, at its core, helps people navigate the mysteries of existence. Belief, in some form, is an inherent part of the human condition. Everyone believes in something. While life is a personal journey, it's undeniable that without faith, it can feel empty. The faith that has led people to seek answers for millennia to these profound questions of existence. How did life begin on Earth? Why are we here? Are we alone in the universe? What is the nature of the cosmos? What caused the Big Bang? Who or what set the universe in motion? Is there life after death? The answers we seek are not always straightforward or provable. Therefore, they often become collective beliefs and traditions. Religion helps in exploring these questions, but it also raises new ones. Why are certain beliefs considered the right ones? How can we prove the validity of any belief system? Is it possible that all beliefs hold some truth, but from different perspectives? Who has the authority to decide what is right or wrong? Unfortunately, these questions have sparked countless debates and conflicts throughout history. Religious differences have often led to division, misunderstanding, and even violence. It is troubling that humanity, which is capable of incredible achievements, would allow differing perspectives on life's mysteries to drive us apart. I believe that the key to bringing us closer to the answers lies in the harmonious interplay of science and religion. In my view, science and religion should not be seen as opposing forces. Rather, they should be viewed as complementary paths to understanding the world. Science provides us with evidence-based knowledge, revealing the truth as it stands at any given moment, while religion provides spiritual guidance and an ethical structure. However, as I mentioned in my previous topic, science is not static, because it evolves as new discoveries are made and old theories are re-examined. This ongoing pursuit of knowledge is one of the most beautiful aspects of science. It never allows us to rest. Instead, it encourages curiosity and continuous exploration. Yet, science alone cannot answer all of life's mysteries. To gain a more comprehensive understanding, we must also consider insights from religion and spirituality. Life itself is a process of continuous development, or evolution. This principle of evolution applies not only to the biological world, but also to our beliefs, values, and understanding of the universe. Religion, like science, has evolved over time. It has a rich history, dating back to prehistoric times. The earliest evidence of spiritual practices found in the Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 40,000 to 10,000 years ago. Cave paintings, such as those found in Lascaux, France, and burial sites where bodies were placed with grave goods, suggest that early humans believed in an afterlife or a spiritual realm. These early forms of religion likely involved animism, the belief that all things, living and non-living, possess a spirit, and shamanism, a practice where shamans acted as mediators between the spiritual and physical worlds. As human societies transitioned from nomadic lifestyles to settled agricultural communities during the Neolithic period, religious practices became more organized. Temples, shrines, and communal rituals became central features of these early societies. By around 3000 BCE, complex religions had developed in the early civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. These religions were characterized by elaborate pantheons of gods, intricate rituals, and the construction of monumental temples. The invention of writing during this time allowed religious texts, myths, and laws to be recorded, preserving these traditions for future generations. Some of the earliest known religious texts include the pyramid texts from Egypt and the Rig Veda from the Indian subcontinent. The Axial Age, which occurred between 800 and 200 BCE, was a period of significant religious and philosophical development. During this time, several major religious and philosophical traditions emerged that continue to influence the world today. In China, Confucianism and Taoism took shape, while India saw the rise of Buddhism and Jainism. In Persia, Zoroastrianism became a dominant force, and in the Near East, the monotheistic tradition of Judaism laid the groundwork for future Abrahamic religions. Ancient Greece contributed philosophical traditions that continue to inform Western thought. This period was marked by a shift from polytheistic religions to more abstract, ethical, and philosophical systems of thought. Throughout history, religious rituals, festivals, and traditions have played a vital role in bringing people together, creating social cohesion, and passing down cultural knowledge across generations. Religions often provide a set of moral and ethical guidelines that help regulate behavior within societies. Concepts such as justice, charity, compassion, and the sanctity of life are deeply rooted in religious teachings. Before the advent of modern science, religion was the primary means through which people understood the natural world and their place within it. Additionally, religion has been a major source of inspiration for art, architecture, music, and literature, leaving a profound impact on human culture. As you can see, while religion is deeply embedded in many cultures, influencing everything from language to daily customs, It also responds to new ideas and discoveries, shaping and being shaped by concepts such as human rights, social justice, and the rule of law. In my personal journey, I have found a profound connection between science and religion. As a scientist, I believe in the power of reason and empirical evidence. However, I also recognize the limitations of human understanding. Therefore, I accept the existence of a greater force or source of creation. While different religions may offer diverse perspectives, I believe that, at their core, they share a common message: the importance of love, compassion, cooperation, and respect for all beings. These are the principles that we should all follow. Unfortunately, the variety of religions in the world today can sometimes create divisions among humanity due to differing teachings. I'm not saying that any religion is inherently bad. Rather, I believe we need to focus on the positive practices of each religion and find a healthy middle way. By understanding and appreciating these shared values, we can bridge the gaps that divide us and work towards a more harmonious and interconnected world. If we examine any sacred text, we often find that they contain similar stories and messages, though the names may differ. Whether we call this force God, the universe, Mother Nature, or another name, the essence remains the same. Some religions believe in multiple gods, while others believe in one. This diversity should not lead to conflict. Instead, we should respect each other and the Creator, regardless of the name we use. Even if we use different names, when we listen closely, we can realize that God communicates with everyone in various ways. This greater force speaks not only through spiritual experiences, but also through fields like mathematics. In a sense, mathematics can be seen as the language of God. When we study mathematics, we find that every calculation in the universe is precise and follows specific patterns. This precision seems unlikely to be coincidental. Consider the laws of physics, the intricate patterns in nature, and the mathematical principles that govern the universe. These observations suggest a strong possibility of evidence for a higher power. Raised as a Catholic and educated in a religious school through secondary school, I primarily learned about God through the Bible. In my opinion, the authors of the Bible and other sacred texts were, in a sense, the scientists of their time. They explained the world around them using the knowledge and language available to them. Their writings reflect their understanding of the mysteries of existence, even if they did not have the vocabulary or scientific knowledge that we have today. Over the years, I have come to realize that understanding these sacred texts requires more than a simple literal reading. We should approach them metaphorically or symbolically, seeking the deeper meanings behind the words. For example, the tree of knowledge with Adam and Eve is often represented as a tale of humanity's fall from paradise. It made me wonder why God would do that. However, after many years of reflection, I have concluded that we are still in our paradise. I believe this story serves as a metaphor for the evolution of the human brain. Some anthropologists speculate, and I agree, that early humans may have discovered a particular type of psychedelic mushroom that profoundly affected their consciousness. This discovery could have provided early humans with a level of knowledge and awareness that set him apart from other species, such as shame, self-awareness, and the ability to manipulate their environment. The story reflects the idea that with great power comes great responsibility. Becoming fully human came at a cost: the loss of instinct and a sense of alienation from the natural world. Perhaps God was curious to see whether humanity, with its advanced cognitive abilities, could still perceive the world clearly, cooperate with other living beings, and make ethical choices for the benefit of the planet. Unfortunately, most of humanity has not yet reached this level of realization, which could unlock this potential. My other thesis is that the apple of knowledge might symbolize the mastery of fire. To my knowledge, humans are the only species capable of controlling fire. This ability to cook food provided our ancestors with more nutrients, leading to significant brain growth. Fire also provided warmth, light, and comfort, enabling humans to thrive in various environments. However, this technological advancement also shifted our focus away from living in the present moment toward an obsession with progress. This shift in perspective contributed to our disconnection from the natural world and the loss of appreciation for the beautiful planet we live on. It is no longer enough to merely look at the world in the 21st century. We must see it with deeper understanding and clarity. Only then can we truly regain our paradise, both physically and spiritually. Unfortunately, this will remain out of reach as long as we continue to exploit our planet and ourselves through unsustainable consumption and misuse of resources. We must use science and technology for the greater good, rather than for short-term gain. The story of Cain and Abel, in which Cain kills his brother Abel, offers another powerful metaphor from the Bible for understanding human nature. This story could symbolize the emergence of Homo sapiens and the decline of other hominid species. Current scientific knowledge suggests that several different Homo species coexisted with Homo sapiens, but over time, Homo sapiens became the dominant species, spreading across the globe. This dominance may have come at the expense of other species, as competition for resources led to conflict and extinction. This pattern of competition and self-interest is still evident in our daily lives. People often prioritize their own needs, desires, and interests over the well-being of others, leading to conflict. While we have the capacity for great knowledge and power, we also possess the potential for violence and destruction. When we question why bad things happen in a world where God exists, we must remember that God has given us free will. This means we have the choice to use our knowledge for good or evil. God may have foreseen our potential to misuse knowledge, but this is also a test of our ability to recognize our mistakes and take responsibility for our actions. Ultimately, it is up to us to create a paradise on earth or to destroy it. The earth provides everything we need to create a harmonious and sustainable existence, but greed and short-sightedness often lead to poor choices. This mindset has contributed to a misunderstanding of the Bible's teachings, particularly the idea that God created humans in His own image. Many understand this to suggest that we are superior to all other forms of life, but this is not the true meaning. Instead, this divine image may serve as a reminder of our shared humanity and responsibility to judge ourselves and make ethical decisions. The song, "Only God Can Judge Me," by Tupac Shakur, offered me a powerful perspective that we should be our own judges. We have no right to judge others based on their race, gender, sexual orientation, or place of birth. Similarly, while self-harm is a personal choice, we should not harm others with our actions. Overall, no one can dictate how we should live our lives as long as we respect the natural laws and do not negatively impact others. Therefore, instead of judging others, we should focus on self-assessment, recognizing that each of us is responsible for our own actions. Although we have free will, we are not above these natural laws. Violating them brings consequences, not from our fellow humans but from a higher power. The damaging effects of our actions on the planet are already evident in the form of natural disasters. Events like viruses, wildfires, floods, droughts, and melting ice caps serve as warning signs of our misuse of our semi-divine abilities. Our obsession with material wealth and disregard for the environment are causing irreversible damage to the earth and driving us toward extinction. Many people wish for a clear guide to the future that outlines how to live a good life and avoid negative outcomes. The irony is that we already have such guidance in the form of sacred texts. Additionally, scientific evidence provides clear insights into the impact of our behavior on the planet. Yet, despite these resources, many people continue to do very little to address the urgent challenges we face. There is a significant difference between humanity and other living beings. Unlike other beings, which live in harmony with nature, humans have strayed far from the path of paradise. Therefore, in my opinion, religions should serve as a moral code that encourages us to help and uplift each other, fostering a sense of community and shared responsibility for the earth. The word we should be used in every context rather than I, emphasizing our collective effort to protect the earth and the universe. We should also avoid personalizing God, as God is not a separate entity but rather the sum of all that exists within and around us. The most important thing we can do is to improve ourselves as individuals, as this contributes to the betterment of humanity as a whole. As the saying goes, the chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and this applies to humanity as well. Just because some people do not engage in harmful behavior does not mean they are unaffected by the actions of others. We are all interconnected, and the actions of one individual can impact us all. The crucifixion of Christ is a powerful symbol that reminds us of the burden of humanity's sins. To witness positive changes in the world, humanity must live in harmony with nature and one another, respecting the laws of the planet and the universe. Only then can we truly regain our paradise. Time is running out, so we must act now. 12th challenge. Gender equality. Throughout human history, the journey towards gender equality has been long, complex, and shaped by various social, political, and economic factors. Gender equality is still widely debated, but significant advancements can be seen in the modern era. Historically, however, this equality was far from universally accepted. In ancient civilizations such as Mesopotamia, Egypt, Greece, and Rome, the roles of men and women were completely different. Men dominated political and economic affairs, while women were primarily responsible for managing household duties, including raising children. As religious ideologies spread across the globe, the roles of women remained largely unchanged. However, there were some exceptions. Women who chose to follow a religious path as nuns had the unique opportunity to educate themselves, gaining knowledge in science, society, and religion. The Enlightenment period in the 18th century, which introduced ideas of freedom, equality, and fraternity, marked a turning point for gender equality. Although these movements still focused primarily on men's rights, women like Mary Wollstonecraft began to challenge these limitations. In her 1792 work, A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, Wollstonecraft spoke up for women's equality in education and society. Her ideas were revolutionary for the time, challenging traditional gender roles and the restrictions placed on women. During this period, numerous revolutions took place in countries such as France and the United States. These movements challenged traditional political norms, which also promoted new opportunities for women. Women's rights movements surged in the 19th century, particularly in Europe and North America. These developments profoundly changed the political landscape. For example, New Zealand became the first country to grant women the right to vote in 1893, followed by Finland in 1906. The suffragette movement also achieved women's voting rights in the United Kingdom. Gender equality continued to evolve in the 20th century, especially during both World Wars. As men went to the front lines, women were called upon to fill roles in industries and other sectors traditionally reserved for men. Women demonstrated their capabilities beyond domestic duties. This challenged traditional gender roles and proved that women could contribute equally in economic and social fields. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948, states that everyone is born free and that all human beings are entitled to dignity and rights, regardless of gender. Feminist movements in the 1960s further advanced gender equality by focusing on issues such as equal pay, reproductive rights, and education. Despite these achievements, debates about equality continue in the 21st century, and reaching a final agreement remains difficult. Many people still resist the idea of gender equality, leading to discrimination in areas like the workplace, politics, and family life. However, progress towards equality is evident worldwide, and this has brought many advantages. In today's world, where economic growth is vital, gender equality allows women to participate fully in the workforce, boosting productivity and innovation. Currently, women make up about 50% of the global workforce, and their contributions in various fields have led to new perspectives and ideas, particularly in science, business, and technology. Studies have shown that teams with both men and women are often more innovative, leading to better outcomes in scientific research and business ventures. Additionally, when women work, household incomes rise, allowing families to invest more in their children's education and healthcare, which can have long-term social benefits. Educating women also improves overall educational standards, reduces poverty, and promotes social justice. Education is a crucial element in achieving gender equality. As women gain equal educational opportunities, society becomes more knowledgeable and adaptable. Access to quality education helps reduce violence and fosters a more harmonious and peaceful environment between genders. Gender equality also has a profound impact on culture and politics. An inclusive society promotes democratic values, allowing people to live freely, express their creativity, and thrive without fear. When stereotypes are absent, individuals are more likely to accept each other's differences, fostering a more open and flexible mindset. It's important to recognize that everyone has a unique perspective and individual strengths. Therefore, everyone has the right to make free choices, until they do not harm the natural world. To protect it, both men and women need to be involved, as men often contribute to unsustainable practices, such as continuous wars, competition, and high consumption of animal products. However, after all these positive outcomes, many countries still cling to traditional gender roles due to fears of losing power. This leads to conflicts because men want to maintain their dominant role in earning money and protecting their families. We need to move beyond this mindset to evolve and reach a higher level of consciousness. As our environment becomes safer, biological roles are becoming less relevant. Men should not feel threatened by women's achievements or promotions, as in our technological age, intellectual capability outweighs physical strength. Even if a man was raised in an environment that valued male dominance, the flexible nature of the human brain allows us to adapt. Rather than engaging in conflicts, both men and women should cooperate and learn from one another. I would like to ask everyone not to take advantage of gender equality for personal gain. It's all about understanding and cooperation between each other. It's important to recognize that not everyone shares the same views. Some stick to traditional beliefs, while others embrace more progressive mindsets. However, this diversity of thought should not lead to arguments. Such conflicts can foster misconceptions that gender equality benefits women more than men. Interestingly, our society remains largely male-dominated. This perception may be influenced by the difficulty some men have in rejecting traditional views. While physiological differences and hormonal cycles between genders are real, they do not justify inequality on either side. True gender equality requires not only equal rights and opportunities but also equity. Equity ensures that everyone has the resources and support needed to reach their full potential. It's important to remember that we cannot ignore our biological traits, even with surgical interventions. While society recognizes many gender identities, biologically humans have two primary sexes, male and female. Males and females are biologically different, with males typically having more muscle mass and higher levels of testosterone, while females have higher levels of estrogen, which plays a key role in reproductive health. Fun fact: did you know that during the early stages of fetal development, all embryos start with the same basic structures, which can develop into either male or female reproductive organs? Around the 6th week of development, the presence of the Y chromosome in males triggers changes that lead to the formation of male genitalia. Without a Y chromosome, the embryo continues developing female characteristics. These biological differences do not imply superiority, but they do suggest that equity, in some instances, may require different support systems to achieve the same outcomes. For example, in the workplace, Accommodating the unique needs of pregnant women through maternity leave policies ensures that women are not disadvantaged due to biological factors. This form of equity helps create a more inclusive environment where both men and women can thrive. Understanding and respecting these differences is vital for creating a balanced and fair society. The question of whether a world ruled by women would be better or worse than one ruled by men is impossible to answer. Therefore, it is pointless to focus on women taking over or gaining control over men. The true goal of gender equality is not for women to dominate, but for men and women to work together towards a better world, including a sustainable planet. Effectiveness and positive impact are not determined by gender, but by individual skills, values, and leadership styles. Therefore, the focus should be on creating systems and leadership models that harness the abilities and contributions of all individuals. A world where both men and women share power equally is more likely to foster peace, creativity, and sustainability. Studies indicate that countries with higher levels of gender equality, such as Iceland, Sweden, and Germany, often experience greater happiness and economic prosperity. These societies have managed to balance power between genders, creating a more harmonious environment where everyone has the chance to succeed. Achieving true gender equality requires ongoing efforts in education, legislation, and societal change. Schools, workplaces, and governments must promote gender-sensitive policies and provide psychological and emotional support for individuals. Campaigns, debates, and open dialogue are essential for raising awareness about the importance of equality and equity, and for encouraging people to question stereotypes and cultural expectations. In conclusion, men must recognize that women are equally deserving of rights, opportunities, and respect. Likewise, women should not exploit this equality but should aim for collaboration and mutual respect. We can work towards a peaceful, violence-free world and build a better future for all if we support each other, embrace flexibility, and foster empathy. 13th Challenge: Racism and Terrorism. One of the most distressing aspects of our current era is the continued presence of racism and terrorism. It's shocking to witness that people still hold hatred and prejudice towards others simply because they look or live differently, even in this age of advanced consciousness and awareness. Such negativity is illogical and harmful, especially when fueled by extreme ideologies. In my opinion, racism and terrorism should no longer exist. Yet, tragically, they continue to plague our world. Why do we still face these issues? If you think about it, historically, race was invented as a means of dividing people and building an us versus them mentality, which, over time, led to violent conflict. Eventually, these divisions gave rise to terrorism, a form of aggression that keeps people in fear and under control. At its core, terrorism can be defined as individuals or groups seeking to create fear, disrupt societies, and achieve political aims. It cannot be categorized by one nation or group. It is actually a global issue. Consider the example of the United States. Whenever America engages in wars in the Middle East, it can also be seen as terrorism, as it disrupts the local population. The same can be said for Russia, which is currently in conflict with Ukraine, and Israel, which is involved in ongoing violence with Palestine. And the list goes on and on. These nations cause terror in the eyes of the affected populations, regardless of how the aggressors perceive themselves. Sadly, these attacks mostly occur because human beings have a tendency to seek revenge. The desire to demonstrate dominance and strength can lead to endless cycles of violence and chaos. But it needs to stop and come to an agreement, a middle way which is good for everyone. We must break free from this destructive cycle and seek common ground solutions that benefit everyone. Rather than resorting to war and aggression, we should harness our intellect and creativity to find peaceful resolutions to our problems. Unfortunately, political interests often prioritize chaos and instability. Politicians thrive on disorder because it creates opportunities to manipulate public opinion, expand their power, and ultimately make a profit. The saying, "money talks," has never been more accurate. With this chaos, they are able to influence the values of oil, gold, currencies, and other prices. Therefore, we must resist the temptation to blindly follow those who claim to have our best interests at heart when their actions contradict this statement. Sadly, many people can sense that these movements are harmful, yet they continue to participate in them. We should question why we tolerate such destructive forces. Aren't the people far greater in number than the politicians? If something feels wrong, why do we continue? Wouldn't it be simpler just to stop? It's crucial to understand that no one should be judged or harmed based on the color of their skin, their religion, or their traditions. No person has the right to feel superior to others. We must reject the mentality of we versus they, because, in truth, there is only one, us, humanity. Regardless of our appearances, we are all members of the same human family, sharing the same red blood, the same lungs, the same heart, and, fundamentally, the same DNA. It is essential to remember that our ancestors were often ignorant of these facts, and we should not follow in their footsteps. We must break free from such outdated and harmful mindsets. This message is particularly directed at Western nations, such as the United States and Europe, which have historically struggled to accept cultures, traditions, and beliefs that differ from their own. It is crucial to expand education and cover more than just white history. There is no reason to fear people of different skin colors. Human skin tones are simply a result of environmental factors and sunlight exposure. Interestingly, if people from one region relocate to another with different environmental conditions, the skin tones can gradually change over time. This process, known as microevolution, has shaped the diversity of skin tones we see today. It is time for everyone to stop viewing any skin color as inferior, even if we know nothing about the individual. To illustrate the power of unconscious bias, let's do a small mental experiment. When you hear the word cannibal, what image comes to your mind? Pause for a moment. Chances are high that many of you visualize a dark-skinned person wearing primitive clothing. This stereotype reflects the historical context of slavery, when white individuals used disrespectful terms to dehumanize African people. After all, a human would not enslave another human, right? So people needed to use various tactics, including the threat of cannibalism, to make it easier for the enslavers not to feel guilty. Unfortunately, this myth keeps going in our modern society, despite the lack of evidence to support such claims. The truth is that cannibalism, in the sense of entire cultures eating one another, doesn't exist. If we examine paleontological records, there is no evidence to suggest that any human societies routinely practiced cannibalism. There are no skeletal remains that indicate widespread cannibalistic behavior. While isolated cases of cannibalism have been documented, these instances are extremely rare and often driven by survival rather than cultural norms. Such cases cannot be said to represent the human species as a whole. Moreover, why would people eat one another if everything they need is readily available from nature? If we consider it from a different perspective, then almost everyone could be seen as a cannibal these days, as we are slaves to big corporations, allowing them to control our lives and benefit from us. Both choosing slaves based on skin color and teaching Eurocentric perspectives are problematic. Instead of fostering fear and division, we should embrace diversity and appreciate the richness of human life. Every skin color shade is a beautiful result of genetic and environmental factors. To gain a deeper understanding of genetics, I recommend studying the work of Gregor Mendel, a pioneer in the field. Just as different breeds of dogs or finches can coexist peacefully despite their variations, so too can humans. Despite our diverse appearances, we share a common ancestry and belong to the same species. Therefore, there is no reason to divide ourselves by race. In an ideal world, there would be no countries or borders separating us. We would live together as one united people, inhabiting Earth as a shared homeland. I like to think of this vision as Earth-land, a place where everyone is treated equally, regardless of where they come from. The past is a source of lessons, not excuses. We must learn from the mistakes of our ancestors and work towards a brighter future. In this world, there is no room for racism or terrorism. Instead, we should focus on learning from each other and growing as a collective species. Racism and terrorism are closely connected, feeding off each other. Racism fuels hatred, which can lead to violence and terrorism, in turn, can deepen racial divisions. Currently, every country operates based on its own self-image and interests, which can be isolating and harmful. However, there is hope. More and more people are waking up to the reality that this way of thinking is unsustainable. Although many are still hesitant to voice their opinions, the tide is slowly turning. Notably, sports have the unique ability to bring people together, perhaps due to the release of endorphins during physical activity or through shared experiences. Either way, sport is a form of art, and while it's enjoyable to watch, it's even more rewarding to participate in. However, even sports can sometimes fall victim to division, as seen in events like the 2024 French Olympics or violent football matches. Medals, while symbols of achievement, can sometimes fuel unnecessary competition. While sports are undoubtedly beneficial, we should not limit our efforts to uniting humanity in just this way. To truly bring people together, we should organize a variety of events that foster unity. Additionally, it is essential to start educating children at a young age. In schools, children should learn not only academic subjects but also the importance of empathy, respect, and cultural awareness. They should be taught to appreciate where others come from and to recognize that people live under different circumstances. We must realize that words, jokes, and actions that may be acceptable in one context can be harmful in another. Just because something was not considered wrong in the past does not mean it is acceptable today. This concept, known as micro-racism, highlights the importance of examining historical and cultural factors. It's essential to be sensitive to the experiences of others. If someone feels uncomfortable, we should respect their feelings and redirect the conversation. This approach can create a safe and inclusive environment for everyone. Respect and love are fundamental to human interaction. Society would greatly benefit if we could eliminate ignorant and arrogant behaviors from our minds. Before speaking, it is essential to consider the potential impact of our words and seek permission from others, much like a computer requires confirmation before proceeding with an action. This approach gives us a moment to reflect and reconsider our choices, helping us avoid causing harm to others. There's no singular, right, side in most situations. Instead, we must recognize that all perspectives have validity. As intelligent, rational beings, it is our responsibility to adapt to these different viewpoints and engage in respectful dialogue. By taking this approach, we can maintain civil conversations, even when we disagree, without falling into outrage or conflict. The concept of being PC, politically correct, is a fitting analogy here. When someone is described as PC, it means they are particularly mindful of avoiding offense or alienation towards any group in society. We need to set aside our egos and recognize that we are all responsible for correctly shaping the future. Children learn by observing the behavior of adults, so we must strive to be role models and demonstrate more developed values to them. By breaking the cycle of ignorance passed down by our ancestors, we can create a world where racism and terrorism are no longer a part of human history. Holding on to past beliefs and seeking revenge will only ensure that things get worse, not better. The time has come for us to unite. 14th challenge. Healthy lifestyle. A healthy lifestyle is one of the fundamental secrets to living a long, disease-free life. However, achieving optimal well-being can be challenging in our modern world. Health is not solely about physical well-being but also mental, emotional, and spiritual health. Unfortunately, it sometimes feels like this essential knowledge is being concealed from us. Our fast-paced lifestyles often contribute to health problems. Constant stress, unhealthy eating habits, and lack of physical activity has led to an alarming rise in diseases that were rare or even non-existent a century ago. To understand how to maintain good health, it's better to look back at the lifestyles of our ancestors and the natural resources they relied on. Our modern lives are filled with distractions that keep our minds constantly active, leaving little room for us to focus on ourselves. This constant mental activity can cause us to neglect our well-being. Incorporating practices like meditation, exercise, and yoga into our daily routines can help us reconnect with our bodies and listen to their signals. Your body cannot speak in words, but it communicates its needs through sensations and signals. Paying attention to what our bodies tell us can help us make healthier choices. Nutrition also plays a significant role in health. Sadly, finding wholesome food in today's world can be a challenge. Many of the foods we consume are heavily processed and contain harmful chemicals and pesticides. These foods are often genetically modified, GMO, to meet high demand and increase shelf life. However, if you are a bit more mindful and discover the real facts, you will realize that we don't need all this artificial food. Simpler is better when it comes to our diet. Our ancestors evolved to eat natural foods like plants, nuts, and seeds. Unfortunately, clever marketing campaigns designed by the modern food industry hypnotize us into buying highly processed foods. In fact, most of these products are not necessary for us, but they can be addictive. I know from personal experience that it's not easy to resist the temptation of unhealthy options. Shops and adverts encourage us to consume processed products filled with sugars and unhealthy fats. These foods can lead to conditions like food poisoning, diarrhea, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and obesity. The food industry benefits from this, as it is linked to the pharmaceutical industry. This creates a vicious cycle because these companies profit from our poor health choices and the expensive medications we required. If we start prioritizing our health, we can reduce our reliance on healthcare systems and avoid unnecessary medical treatments. Many medications have side effects and can even harm our bodies. Medication doesn't just kill harmful microorganisms, but it also eliminates the beneficial ones. Our bodies are home to a vast array of microorganisms, including bacteria, fungi, and viruses, and these outnumber human cells. These organisms play a vital role in keeping us alive, supporting our immune system, and helping our body function optimally. By understanding the importance of our microbiome, we can make choices that support its balance and function. It's not just about external appearance, but also internal well-being. By making conscious choices about our lifestyle, nutrition, and self-care, we can strengthen our immune systems and reduce the likelihood of illness. Your body is a temple, and I had to learn this lesson myself. In the past, I followed an unhealthy life. I weighed nearly 100 kilograms, drank sugary beverages instead of water, and consumed far too much meat, animal products, and fatty foods. Eventually, I began to experience chest pains, which was my body's way of telling me something had to change. I conducted extensive research to understand my body's, brain's, and spirit's needs. Additionally, my university studies in life science provided valuable insights. The information I gathered opened my eyes, and I have been striving to improve my health ever since. It is never too late to start living healthily. Habits are tough to break, but they are not unbreakable. From childhood, we are trained by others to live a certain way, but many of these lessons are based on opinions rather than facts. The key to overcoming bad habits is evidence-based information, willpower, and having a solid plan. Today, I follow a plant-based diet, drink 3 to 4 liters of water daily, meditate, exercise regularly, and take daily walks in the park. I have even stopped driving and using public transport. Instead, I cycle everywhere. These changes have drastically improved my health, and I feel better than ever. However, one challenge I continue to struggle with is maintaining a consistent sleep schedule. Sleep is a crucial part of health that many of us overlook, but it's just as vital as diet and exercise. Many people believe that a healthy lifestyle is boring, but in reality, it's a rewarding challenge. The journey toward better health allows you to understand your body and its needs in ways you never thought possible. I always wonder what natural sources my body needs to stay healthy because, honestly, I don't need the artificial medicines created by society. I haven't taken any artificial medications for over 7 years. Instead, I turn to natural remedies from medicinal plants when I'm sick. Natural solutions are effective, but they often require patience and time. Some people may claim that these remedies don't work, but this may be because they haven't tried them properly or given them enough time to cleanse their bodies of the toxins accumulated through unhealthy lifestyles. If you allow your body the time to complete this cleansing, you will surely experience its benefits. It's important to remember that our cells are constantly being regenerated. Did you know that your entire cellular structure has likely been replaced multiple times since you were born, depending on your age? This fact highlights how crucial it is to nourish your body with the right resources. If you are feeding your body with junk, then your cells will become unhealthy, increasing the risk of developing harmful conditions like cancer. Fun fact: we all carry cancer cells in our bodies, but it's our lifestyle choices that determine whether these cells become problematic. To live a long and healthy life, we must break free from the unhealthy patterns promoted by modern society. Turn to nature and use the resources it provides, like foods grown from the earth, nourished by sunlight and water. Another key aspect of health is the power of the brain. The human brain is incredibly powerful, capable of influencing our entire well-being. One way to train your brain is through meditation. To prevent our brains from being overwhelmed by constant stimulation, we must take the time to meditate and develop our mental strength. In today's fast-paced world, we constantly bombard our brains with thoughts, and they work tirelessly to solve them. Calming the mind and focusing on the present moment can help you build new neural pathways and develop a greater appreciation for your surroundings. Meditation is like a reverse domino game. Instead of falling into chaos, it builds a new path toward clarity, enabling us to make conscious decisions rather than act impulsively. It teaches us that we are not isolated individuals but part of a larger community. We are all pieces of a puzzle, and when we come together, we can create something beautiful. Mental exercise, like meditation, is just as important for overall health as physical exercise. Activities like visualization, spending time in nature, and mindful reflection can stimulate the brain in the same way that weightlifting builds muscle. Once you achieve this, you will discover that being healthy is not complicated. In fact, it is quite simple, and it's free. All you need to do is take care of what you eat, drink, how you move, and how you relax. I challenge you to find your own path to a healthier lifestyle. If you have a garden, plant your own food. Exercise and meditate daily. Sleep well. Reduce your screen time. Walk in nature. Read books. Avoid overworking yourself. Share your thoughts and feelings with others instead of bottling up stress. And don't rely on artificial medicines for every minor issue. If you start following these steps, you will notice a significant positive shift in your health. Remember, anger and stress can ruin your health, so try to stay positive and smile, even when things are tough. And if you feel the need to cry, let it out. Crying is a natural release of negative energy, and it is just as important for emotional health as laughing. Now is the time to create healthier environments for ourselves and the planet. This is possible, but it requires all of us to use technology in the right way, spread accurate knowledge, and wake up from the illusion of modern society. 15th challenge. Modern foods. As I mentioned in the previous topic, nutrients play a vital role in maintaining a healthy life. Therefore, it is essential to eat mindfully, understanding what we consume, how it is produced, and where it originates. Those who believe that a wholesome life doesn't begin with diet are unfortunately mistaken. Our digestive system, often referred to as our second brain, communicates with the brain to indicate how the body feels and assists in breaking down the nutrients that are essential for our well-being. The more naturally and healthily we eat, combined with regular physical activity, the more likely we are to pass on healthier genes, which may contribute to humanity's evolution towards a healthier future. When we talk about natural food, we refer to those that are free from artificial additives and have not undergone genetic modification. Foods such as fruits, vegetables, nuts, mushrooms, and seeds are excellent examples. They contain simple sugars and healthy fats that the body genuinely requires, offering real energy. In contrast, many modern foods are filled with sugars and fats that have complex chemical bonds, making them harder for our bodies to process and break down. Due to daily consumption, our bodies struggle to metabolize them at the right pace, leading to various health issues. Evolutionarily, our bodies are programmed not to discard sugar intake, even when many foods are excessively high in sugar. Instead, it is converted into fat for storage, as historically, sugar was a rare and valuable resource. Considering that minimal or no physical activity is common in today's world, our diets should not contain high amounts of sugar and fat, as this could help prevent the storage of excess fat. Additionally, by allowing your digestive system to rest through fasting practices, your body begins to cleanse itself and maximize the efficiency of mitochondria. It's time to break free from our unhealthy habits and implement changes. We must be particularly vigilant regarding the influence of food marketing on children. Many products are loaded with sugar, fats, and carbohydrates, so even if a child is physically active, they may still gain weight instead of losing it. This is why I strongly advise parents to resist purchasing heavily advertised products, even when their children demand them. It's a marketing trap designed to take money from us. Children often crave these foods because they are packed with preservatives and additives that alter the brain's chemistry, creating addiction and making it harder to refuse. Just consider the influence of fast food chains like McDonald's. Now, children, I'm talking to you. If you can declare your independence when it comes to playing or using technology, you can also ask for healthier meals that include vegetables with flavorful spices. And if you crave a sweet treat, fruits provide a great natural alternative. Everyone must remain aware about the tactics used by food manufacturers. Don't be misled by product claims that they are rich in vegetables, fruits, or other beneficial ingredients, as they may still contain harmful substances. Always read the labels. If a product contains more than 5 ingredients, or if most of the 5 ingredients are unfamiliar to you, it should be considered processed food. For instance, something marketed as organic might still include processed salt, fat, sugar, or other harmful components. It's crucial to choose carefully and support honest producers, even if their products seem more expensive than artificial foods. In the long run, as demand increases, prices are likely to decrease. It is necessary to say no and reduce our consumption of sugary foods. While they may initially satisfy a craving, excessive sugar intake eventually disrupts the body's natural mechanism that signals the brain it has had enough. This leads to consuming more sugar and fat than necessary, which builds up in the body as both external fat and internal fat around vital organs like the heart, liver, and lungs. There are many widespread misconceptions about diet that have become accepted as fact but lack scientific validity. One such misconception relates to the role of calories. Calories should not be the primary focus when it comes to weight. They provide energy for cells, particularly for mitochondria, the powerhouses of our cells. If cells don't need energy due to a lazy lifestyle, the body adapts and discards excess calories. Athletes, on the other hand, require calories to build and repair essential components like muscles. For everyday activities, such as office work or spending long hours watching TV on the couch, the emphasis should be on managing the intake of salt, sugar, carbohydrates, and fats, as these are the real factors that can lead to weight gain and health problems. A diet should be seen as a lifelong approach to eating rather than a temporary solution. Microbiomes play a significant role in how our bodies digest food, as different microbiomes thrive on different types of nourishment. The more varied and wholesome our meals are, the healthier our gut becomes. This diversity is key to understanding why some people find it easier to lose or gain weight. Fiber is essential for our health, and we should aim for at least 50 grams each day. To support a healthy microbiome, it's advisable to include 20 to 30 different types of vegetables and fruits each week, along with seeds, whole foods, and fermented items. This variety not only nourishes our bodies but also helps maintain a balanced gut. Sadly, our modern diets focus on the daily consumption of processed foods, which are packed with sugar and fat. For example, fruit juices are often made from 5 or 6 fruits. People may drink this in one sitting, going far beyond what would be considered a natural intake, as it's rare for someone to eat that much fruit in such a short time. As a result, our bodies become overloaded with sugar. Nature is our true provider, as it knows exactly what the human body needs. These vital nutrients can be found in plants like vegetables, fruits, nuts, and seeds. Unfortunately, many plant species have evolved due to human intervention, but these foods remain much healthier than artificial options, especially if they come from your garden. Interestingly, vitamin B12, often thought to be found only in animal products, can actually be sourced from healthy, organic soil, proving that a plant-based diet can supply all necessary nutrients and that meat is not essential for survival. Another common misconception concerns the egg. Many believe that it is a natural source of nutrients intended for humans and that we must consume it, but the truth is that these nutrients are meant for the embryo's development. They serve as fuel for the animal growing inside the egg. Furthermore, neither grains and dairy are not necessary for humans. Grains occupy a significant amount of space that could support wild plants, thereby reducing biodiversity. Most grain is used as feed for animals, which are later slaughtered. Unfortunately, both slaughtering and dairy production are cruel to animals and raise significant ethical concerns regarding animal welfare. Simply put, people don't need milk after infancy. In fact, continuous milk consumption can cause inflammation at the cellular level, which damages the mitochondria and can lead to cognitive problems. Additionally, milk protein can bind to polyphenols, healthy, natural compounds found in plants, preventing their absorption into the bloodstream. Bill Gates also discusses in his book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, how animal agriculture, such as meat and dairy production, can impact our environment due to its significant greenhouse gas emissions. He highlights that reducing the consumption of animal products can significantly lower emissions and suggests that a shift towards plant-based diets could be beneficial for both the environment and public health. Gates also emphasizes the need for innovation in alternative proteins and sustainable farming practices to address these challenges. Many of you may argue, but what about the taste? My answer is, the brain is remarkably adaptable. Taste buds regenerate every 2 weeks, meaning they can be trained to appreciate new flavors. After 2 or 3 weeks of consistently eating different foods, these flavors will become more appealing, and your enjoyment of them will increase. As mentioned earlier, companies often manipulate our taste buds to create cravings and boost their sales. Poor food choices can lead to negative health consequences, which in turn fuel the healthcare industry, as they provide medical treatments. Unfortunately, taking medication does not solve the underlying health issues, it only masks the symptoms. Therefore, The physical manifestations of cellular decline continue to occur, just without your awareness. Through my research, I found recent studies that challenge the notion of random mutations. They suggest that food can influence genetic mutations in the human body. Additionally, it is also possible to apply neurological control, but achieving this requires a significant amount of brain training and effort. While no individual's DNA is perfect, consuming unhealthy foods can increase the likelihood of mutations, as genes store and transmit genetic information to the next generations. For instance, individuals with constant access to high levels of sugary foods are more likely to have offspring who may develop conditions like diabetes. To maintain healthy DNA, it's essential to prioritize a nutritious diet, physical fitness, and mental well-being. Consequently, we need to create a strategy that promotes a healthy diet rich in fruits, vegetables, seeds, nuts, and mushrooms, making this available to everyone. It is worth considering that in the past, despite limited food resources, there was still enough for survival. Animals instinctively know how to survive, while humans have lost that sense, leading us down many misguided paths. If we look around, the Earth can provide us with numerous opportunities and resources for survival without relying on money. Today, even though we have an abundance of food resources, and let's not forget that we pay for them, most of it is wasted. This attitude reflects a lack of respect for food and a failure to practice gratitude. Sadly, due to significant food waste, many people still go hungry. Alarming figures show that humanity consumed a year's worth of food supply by July 2024, and there is a strong possibility that in the future, this time frame will shorten even further, as we consume resources at an increasingly unsustainable rate. This highlights how people fail to appreciate what is already available, constantly desiring more. Food waste has other consequences too. It wastes vast amounts of water and releases large quantities of carbon dioxide. Therefore, I urge you to buy only the amount of food you need and avoid throwing it away. Prioritizing plant-based foods over artificial or animal-based options can significantly help fight environmental disasters and ensure human survival. Mainly, intensive animal farming contributes to the destruction of the planet. However, if we start focusing primarily on plant farming, we can address food scarcity, reduce land and water usage, and increase oxygen production and cleaner air. I recommend exploring the energy pyramid, which illustrates how energy moves from one resource to another. Interestingly, plants sit at the base of the pyramid, capturing energy directly from the sun. As you move up the pyramid, you will see that energy becomes less efficient, which is why plant-based foods are more energy-rich than meat. It is important to note that not all plants are environmentally beneficial. Palm oil production, for instance, has led to the destruction of numerous rainforests. Avoiding products with palm oil can be a form of protest against these practices, and veganism is another powerful statement against large corporations that engage in overproduction and unethical intensive animal farming. These approaches are key to demonstrating our desire for a more sustainable world. Nevertheless, even in the world of veganism, we must be cautious when selecting vegan foods, as large corporations have begun manipulating these products by adding harmful substances to foster addiction and increase sales. I recommend whole, natural foods such as fruits, vegetables, seeds, nuts, and mushrooms, as they are always the best choices for maintaining a healthy lifestyle and weight. They can also enhance motivation for exercise. If you really want, meat can be consumed due to some microevolution in the human body, but in moderation, and it should serve as a side dish rather than the main course. By adopting a healthier diet and lifestyle, we can reduce our reliance on medicine and potentially prevent future pandemics, because we will foster stronger immune systems, unlike today, when many people have fragile immunity. The choice is in our hands. 16th challenge. Meat or plants? let's delve into the reasons why a plant-based diet would be more beneficial for both our planet and ourselves, as well as the environmental consequences of our current meat-centric dietary system. At present, there are a staggering 56 billion farm animals on Earth, all of which need to be fed. This presents a significant challenge because making it happen requires a huge amount of space and water. There are not enough plants to feed these animals, so animal-based supplements, such as fish oil, are often included to support this fast-paced animal farming. Considering that 56 billion animals are being raised for consumption while 2 billion out of 8 billion humans are still starving, it becomes clear how wasteful meat consumption is. Plants could nourish people globally, but instead, these plants are being used to feed animals, and sadly, there's no assurance that the resulting meat will actually be consumed. Intensive animal farming practices have negatively impacted the quality and health of meat. Nowadays, the meat we consume can hardly be considered natural or healthy. These animals are often injected with antibiotics, kept in overcrowded conditions, and fed with unnatural grains. They can hardly move, which leads to fatty, watery meat. In a sense, anyone consuming meat is actually consuming antibiotics, as these animals receive numerous medications until they are slaughtered. It's important to highlight that antibiotics not only eliminate harmful bacteria, but also destroy beneficial bacteria in our digestive systems. Let's not forget that stress hormones also remain in the meat because intensive animal farming causes significant stress in these animals. These factors are among the main reasons why our immune systems weaken, leaving us feeling less energetic and making us more vulnerable to diseases such as lung disease, heart disease, diabetes, and obesity. Furthermore, feeding animals the wrong types of plants and grains, which are not a natural part of their diet, can seriously impact greenhouse gas emissions. For example, cows, which typically graze on grass, are primarily fed grains, and this unnatural diet leads to increased methane production. Methane is 21 times more potent than carbon dioxide in terms of its greenhouse effect. Sadly, many people see farm animals as mere objects, which is a harmful mindset for the planet. First of all, animals are living beings, like humans, so they deserve to live freely, just as we do. Secondly, animals naturally contribute to greenhouse gas emissions through their burps and flatulence. But these facts still not enough for people to continue to breed animals artificially at a rapid pace because they believe that animals are here to please us. Therefore, it is largely humanity's fault that animals are contributing to the greenhouse effect. Let's not forget that we still rely on fossil fuels for energy in the 21st century, and together, these factors are rapidly changing the climate and further disrupting the environment. Therefore, it is time to make a choice. Either find alternative energy sources or move away from the excessive consumption of animal-based foods. Ideally, both should happen urgently if we want to combat the challenges we face and avoid further harming ourselves and the planet. It's important to acknowledge that many people rely on the livestock industry for their livelihood, and such a transition would undoubtedly disrupt their lives. However, I firmly believe that humans can shift towards new, more creative, and environmentally friendly solutions and jobs that not only fulfill individual needs, but also benefit the planet. While meat, dairy, and eggs may taste good, we must ask ourselves how the animals feel about it. Do you think they feel comfortable with the constant demand for human consumption? Furthermore, we should consider whether our ancestors consumed as much animal-based food as we do today. Even though there is evidence that people consumed meat in ancient times, they surely didn't eat it every day, and they used everything from the animals, from skin to bones. The reason meat could be found in our ancestors' diet is that they moved out of tropical zones, where fewer plants were available. Therefore, this behavior made sense, as without meat consumption, they wouldn't have survived and continued human evolution. However, these days, the situation is different, and our knowledge and technology have advanced. This means it is time for us to abandon the relentless pursuit of meat and reconsider how we treat farm animals. Sadly, most producers prioritize profit and often do not care about the welfare of the animals. Perhaps unconsciously, but we support this system and harm ourselves in the process, as the food is unhealthy and can lead to serious diseases, including cancer. Beyond the fact that mass meat production significantly wastes precious food and water, I want to highlight another important point. It may be hard to believe, but these farm animals have been largely shaped and bred by humans, which is why they do not naturally exist in the wild. Even if these animals somehow existed in the wild, they wouldn't survive for long without human intervention, as they have been biologically engineered to suit human consumption. Just think about it. If they didn't exist, all the water and food currently used to supply them could instead be provided to people suffering from hunger and thirst every day. But this is not the case, and unfortunately, our food system is just further damaging the natural processes. And if you think I do not accept these animals, then you are mistaken. I am just saying that we need to stop breeding them and allow the remaining animals to live until they can sustain themselves. We've gone too far with animal farming. Before domestication, people hunted wild animals, and their meat was undoubtedly more natural and healthier because these animals had the right exercise, food, and space. The meat should ideally contain pure protein. However, a notable difference becomes visible when comparing the meat of today's farm animals to that of wild animals under a microscope. Meat from farm animals contains a considerable amount of fat mixed among the muscle fibers. Furthermore, when animals were hunted, people often had great respect for them, recognizing the vital role they played in human survival. This ritual of respect represented a beautiful approach to food, and I believe it would be worthwhile to reintroduce it in today's world. In the wild, predators like lions do not always succeed in their hunts, but still hunt only what they need, minimizing waste. I am sharing this perspective because, if veganism is not a workable option for you and you remain committed to eating meat, it would be beneficial to consider natural alternatives. This could involve focusing on hunting only what is necessary and minimizing waste. Perhaps cities could organize monthly hunts, with a limited number of butcher shops selling small quantities of meat on designated days. Reintroducing regulated hunting could allow animals to live freely in the wild. This could help to reduce excessive meat consumption while promoting healthier meat options. However, I believe the most promising direction lies in the rise of plant-based foods that mimic the taste and texture of meat. These alternatives provide an excellent option for those who enjoy the taste of meat but recognize the environmental and health benefits of reducing animal consumption. In the past, I was also a heavy consumer of meat and animal products, but I realized that I can live without meat and enjoy these alternatives without any problems. Ultimately, it's the spices and seasoning that boost the flavor of meat because the meat itself does not have a pleasant taste. By focusing on plant-based options in the future, we can eliminate the need for animal-based products altogether. While eating meat is part of cultural tradition, cultures are shaped by people, and as they evolve and adapt, our eating habits can change too. It is up to us to find the strength to challenge and transform this outdated mindset. Instead of criticizing plant-based foods that taste like meat, we should see them as a form of progress. I admire those who have chosen a plant-based path, as our society is currently trained to prioritize meat. Therefore, the most important goal we need to achieve is to teach the next generation about the value of real, unprocessed plants in their diet. In fact, our physiology proves that we evolved to eat plants rather than meat. For example, we don't have the long and sharp canine teeth that carnivores possess. The shape of our teeth suggests that we are primarily designed to eat nuts and fruits. Additionally, we can move our jaws side to side, while carnivores cannot. Many carnivores have guts that are no longer than 3 meters because dead flesh needs to be expelled from the body quickly. This is because we learned from the food pyramid that the body converts less energy from meat. However, our digestive system can be around 7 to 9 meters long. By embracing plant-based options, we're not only improving our health but also benefiting the environment. It offers numerous advantages, such as requiring less water and land, maintaining biodiversity, providing cleaner air, and increasing oxygen production. Unfortunately, we have yet to reach the point where this understanding is widespread. In fact, as many companies adopt veganism, new opportunities have emerged on the black market for those committed to continuing to eat meat, willing to pay anything just to satisfy their cravings. Beyond the overproduction of fish and farm animals, illegal activities such as animal farming, trading, deforestation, poaching, and illegal fishing are worsening the planet crisis. This mindset is selfish and harmful. If people realized how much better life could be by prioritizing the collective good over individual desires, they might be more open to change. This makes me think about how many governments spend vast amounts of money on military operations and technological advancements, primarily to exercise power and create violence against fellow humans. While many nations prioritize military spending and conflict, a more positive approach would be to redirect these resources to address illegal activities that harm the environment. The priority should be to preserve nature's integrity and biodiversity for everyone. If this were the military's purpose, I would be much more supportive and might even consider joining. Soldiers could be trained to protect ecosystems and effectively combat illegal practices, ensuring that all living beings, including animals, have an equal right to exist on this planet. Recognizing the intelligence and sentience of animals is crucial for fostering respect and compassion towards them. I would like to conclude my discussion by offering a thought for consideration. Animals communicate with one another just as we do, and many species can understand the signals of other animal species. They often rely on body language, similar to how we once did before neglecting it in favor of verbal communication. Fascinatingly, whales and dolphins even have unique names for individuals. Keeping this in mind, I urge everyone to respect animals and consider adopting a plant-based diet. It is time for a global shift towards sustainable practices that prioritize the conservation of nature and biodiversity. 17th challenge. Diversity of animals. As a zoologist, animals and nature are my passions. I love observing, studying, and learning more about them. Through my observations, I have come to realize how far humans have drifted from nature. We have lost our instincts, and many of us seem to believe we no longer rely on nature to survive and thrive, but this could not be further from the truth. We exist in a diverse world within a complex network of life, where every element, including us, has its own purpose and role. Of all known species in the universe, humans are unique conscious beings that not only live by instinct but also make choices and consider the consequences. Therefore, it is our responsibility to understand this fragile network and how our everyday actions affect the planet. By doing so, we can make decisions that benefit all forms of life. Even though animals and plants live by instinct, they still understand balance and how to maintain it. That is why there are carnivores that hunt herbivores, herbivores that maintain plant life, while omnivores consume a mix of animal and plant resources. Each group sustains the other, creating a natural balance, and if it is disrupted, could lead to the collapse of the ecosystem. Although millions of animal species exist today, they represent only about 1% of all species that have ever lived on Earth. Therefore, we should be more mindful of our impact on this planet. This delicate biodiversity deserves our respect and consideration. Life itself is a miracle. Just think about it. Life is, in fact, a complex chemical reaction that has managed to adapt and survive for billions of years. It is truly astonishing. Every tiny cell contributes to the functioning of the entire organism. These chemical reactions are allowing life to flourish, experiment, defy the impossible, and maintain balance. Through evolution, every species has gradually changed across countless generations, adapting to the challenges of its environment. This natural process is essential for survival, and humans should not interfere with it, either positively or negatively. Nature simply wants us to follow its laws and keep the balance. Unfortunately, our current impact on nature is largely negative. Our task should be to restore what we have taken and not recycle, then step back and let nature do its work. Then, we simply need to ensure that we are playing along with nature's fundamental cycles, such as the carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, water cycle, organic matter cycle, and carbon dioxide cycle. The Earth took billions of years to achieve this evolutionary balance where living beings, weather patterns and cycles are perfectly aligned, minimizing sudden disruptions. It wasn't always like this. In the ancient time, our world experienced acidic waters, violent volcanoes, ice ages, and a lack of oxygen. We should feel fortunate that our species emerged in an era of balance. Even though the weather and other factors are always changing over time, human unsustainable activities have accelerated processes that took millions of years into mere decades. This pace leaves little time for most species to adapt, resulting in widespread extinctions. Despite our technological advancements, we do not have the right to dominate this planet in any way. Instead, we should consider ourselves caretakers of this planet, preserving its ideal conditions for as long as possible. The Earth has generously provided us with a home because it is a living entity too, and we humans are now like a virus upon it. In fact, the catastrophic events we are witnessing are the Earth's defense mechanisms to protect itself from us, for example extreme weather patterns and environment crises. However, we know there is another way. We must wake up, act responsibly, and ensure that we respect and protect animals and all living beings with whom we share this planet. Insects, for instance, have existed long before vertebrates, and many ancient species still present today as living fossils. They have witnessed a past we can only imagine. This is one of the reasons why animals deserve our respect. They are living beings, like us, and it is worth remembering that humans are part of the animal kingdom. All living organisms, including ourselves, share a common ancestral species, or in other words, a chemical variant that figured out how to form and thrive on Earth, whether on land, in water, in the air, underground, or in extreme conditions. Essentially, every animal is a distant relative of one another, just shaped by their environments and lifestyles. For example, the melanin pigment present in almost all living beings illustrates this commonality. Also, every species has unique abilities, many of which even surpass human capabilities. Every animal that currently lives on this planet has adapted, just as we have, to breathe, feed, and survive. Therefore, each species deserves the same right to exist and continue evolving. Here is an interesting fact. The same muscles are engaged in both running and breathing. In lizards, this means that running can restrict breathing due to the constriction of their chest caused by side-to-side movement. Over time, evolution has provided solutions to this problem. For example, monitor lizards have developed a unique structure in their tongues that enables them to breathe while running. Mammals have evolved further, with their legs positioned beneath their bodies. This anatomical adaptation allows their lungs to expand and contract with each step, effectively synchronizing breathing and running. Over time, each animal has found its niche in the environment, adapting its diet, size, and behavior to its specific habitat. This is how evolution works. The environment shapes animals, and animals, in turn, influence their surroundings. The future of biodiversity largely depends on humans, as it is our responsibility to ensure that animals and their environments can coexist harmoniously for generations to come. The reason for this is that we are the ones who have largely disrupted this balance. We are overlooking the simple principle of balance, which dictates that whatever we take from nature, we must return. We consume energy without recycling it and create materials that cannot nourish our planet or life on it. If you wish to explore more about animal intelligence and behavior, I recommend Frans de Waal's insightful book, Are We Smart Enough to Know How Smart Animals Are? It dives deeply into the intelligence of various species and how our human-centered view often limits our understanding of them. Now, let's examine some of the ways humans have overstepped their role as caretakers of the earth and perceived superiority over animals too far, starting with zoos. When zoos were first established, their aim was to bring animals from around the globe into one location, making it easier for people who could not travel to observe them. While this concept may seem educational, the reality is that these animals are removed from their natural habitats and confined to spaces far smaller than they would roam in the wild. Furthermore, they are often viewed as sources of entertainment, with visitors paying to see them. The prioritization of financial gain over animal welfare raises significant ethical concerns. You might argue that many zoos now work to prevent species extinction. However, this would not be necessary if humans had not acted so unsustainably in the first place. Instead of zoos, why we not focus on conservation efforts in the animals' natural habitats? Observing animals in zoos reveals how their restricted lives can lead to signs of distress and sadness. They face constant noise from crowds, lack sufficient space, and often receive food that doesn't replicate their natural diet. Another significant issue is animal testing. I struggle to understand why we believe it is acceptable to sacrifice animals for human health and well-being. We treat them as objects, experimenting on them, and often killing them once studies conclude. Even if animal research is necessary, why can't we ensure a decent life for them afterward? Establishing sanctuaries where these animals can receive proper care following their traumatic experiences would be a more humane approach. However, the ideal solution would be to eliminate animal testing entirely. Consider this: countless individuals attempt suicide each day, and many serve life sentences. Though humans are often viewed as morally superior to animals, perhaps we could establish a system where those in such situations might volunteer for medical testing. After all, while animal testing may produce positive results, there is no assurance that these outcomes will apply directly to humans due to genetic and anatomical differences. Industrial farming, or intensive animal farming, presents another ethical dilemma. Animals are raised to provide food for us and are restricted from living naturally. The modern approach to animal farming often prioritizes efficiency and profit over animal welfare. Many animals are kept in overcrowded environments, fed inappropriate diets, and injected with steroids, hormones, and antibiotics to promote health, faster growth, and reduce costs. These practices have significant environmental and public health consequences. Animals are sentient beings capable of experiencing both physical and emotional suffering. Their stressful living conditions elevate stress hormones in their bodies, which remain in their tissues and can potentially impact human health when consumed. Research suggests that these stress hormones in meat may contribute to heightened stress and even depression in humans. Antibiotic use is another concerning factor, as livestock now consuming more antibiotics than humans. This is done to maintain health and prevent disease in unhygienic settings. However, it also contributes to the development of antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Such resistant bacteria present a serious risk to human health, as infections caused by these bacteria are more challenging to treat. If current practices continue, the World Health Organization estimates that antibiotic resistance could result in up to 10 million deaths per year by 2050, outpacing even the deadliest cancers. Bacteria such as Salmonella and E. coli are already showing increased resistance, highlighting the urgent need for change. Then there is the matter of pets. While we may not consume or harm pets in the same way as farm animals, many owners still fail to provide appropriate care. Many animals are wild and unsuitable for domestication, but they are kept as pets simply because people find them exotic, fluffy, cute, or unusual. A responsible pet owner should undergo training or certification to understand their pet's needs fully, from diet and space requirements to proper enrichment. Sadly, a lack of understanding can lead to considerable suffering for these animals. For example, a Syrian hamster limited to a small cage of 30 centimeters, when it naturally covers around 2 miles each night in the wild, will experience both physical and mental distress. The addition of a small exercise wheel does not substitute for the space it requires. Before bringing any animal into one's home, it is essential to consider its natural lifestyle and needs. Lastly, the concept of pests is largely a human invention. No animal is a pest. They are simply creatures trying to survive in a world where human activities have disrupted their habitats. Animals naturally seek resources in the most efficient way possible, conserving energy as they forage for food, build shelters, and reproduce. The presence of certain animals in human environments may seem problematic, but it is ultimately due to our interference in their ecosystems. Killing or displacing them only disrupts the ecological balance further. It would be wiser to find humane ways to coexist with these species, respecting the fact that each one plays a role in maintaining the health of ecosystems. The diversity of life, from the smallest microbes to the largest mammals, is what sustains Earth's intricate ecosystem. Each species, no matter how small or numerous, contributes to this balance. Biodiversity is essential for human survival. Our existence is built upon the foundation laid by the multitude of species that have lived and adapted over billions of years. Therefore, we have to respect the Earth and all its inhabitants. Education is key. Teaching future generations to appreciate the nature, to understand ecological principles, and to develop empathy towards all living beings can lay the groundwork for a more sustainable and compassionate world. As we face pressing environmental challenges, we must remember that Earth's resilience is not boundless. However, if we wish to preserve the conditions that have allowed us to thrive, we must align ourselves with nature rather than exploit it. The path forward requires a willingness to learn from the natural world, and a commitment to maintaining the balance that has sustained life for billions of years. We have the opportunity to create a future where both humanity and the natural world can flourish side by side. The journey is not easy, but it is necessary if we are to fulfill our responsibility as stewards of this remarkable planet. 18th Challenge. Soil health. At the beginning of time, when the Earth was formed, there was little to no dry land available. First, the Earth was covered by water and other liquids, with solid ground gradually forming later. It took millions of years for the land to become a hospitable environment for life. The first organisms to appear were fungi, which played a critical role in making the soil fertile enough for plants to thrive. After that, invertebrates and, later, vertebrates also adapted to roam the surface. As a result of this natural progression, the soil has its own history. You may not have realized, but the soil itself is a complex ecosystem, full of life. From microscopic organisms to larger creatures like worms and ants, the soil is a metropolis. Terrestrial life relies on soil because it provides essential nutrients and supports the growth of plants, which in turn sustain countless other life forms. Soil with greater biological diversity is often healthier and more productive. Healthy soil is essential, and various types of soil foster different species. Each living being plays a crucial role in maintaining soil health. However, human intervention has disrupted this delicate balance. The use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides to increase crop yields has greatly affected soil health. These chemicals are harmful, as they can kill beneficial organisms and contaminate water sources. In addition, they can affect human health, yet we continue to use them for profit. We did not consider the consequences of using these artificial tools properly, since this has led to the evolution of resistant pests and weeds, making them more difficult to control. They are constantly evolving to survive under changing conditions. As we apply these chemicals, we also mutate the species to become resilient. For example, weeds become more challenging to remove between the crops, and pest populations may grow stronger and increase in number to survive these challenges. Unfortunately, not all organisms can evolve at the pace demanded by human activities. Microorganisms in the soil, which are fundamental to the ecosystem, are being destroyed by these chemicals. The situation is so severe that some scientific reports suggest that if current practices continue, we may only have about 60 years of fertile soil left before it becomes unusable and turns into desert. One of the most pressing issues facing our planet is soil degradation. Intensive farming practices are accelerating soil loss and declining the quality of mineral-rich soil. Deforestation just worsens the problem, as trees help to stabilize the soil and prevent erosion. Ironically, while we still have the capacity to produce enough food to feed the entire world, hunger persists. A significant portion of our crops is used to feed livestock, and vast quantities of food are wasted. It is a tragic paradox that, in a world of plenty, so many go hungry. Within the soil, countless natural processes occur that make Earth a livable planet. For example, soil organisms like worms and fungi contribute to nitrogen fixation, a process that makes this vital nutrient available to plants. Moreover, the soil stores significant amounts of carbon dioxide absorbed by plants. Unfortunately, deforestation and intensive tilling are releasing this stored carbon back into the atmosphere, contributing to climate change. Fortunately, there are sustainable farming techniques that can minimize soil disturbance, such as no-till farming, strip-till farming, mulch tillage, reduced tillage, cover cropping, and green manure. These approaches can significantly reduce our carbon footprint and support healthier soils. We must prioritize reliable information sources and work together. We cannot permit large agricultural corporations to focus on profit over sustainability, as their practices lead to soil desertification. We also must prevent them from cover the land with concrete, digging large, deep holes or extracting resources from the ground. Everything has its own meaning and role, serving a purpose beyond merely benefiting humans. Let the soil breathe. In our technologically advanced era, information about sustainable practices is easily accessible. However, we must have the willpower to seek out this knowledge. Soil has sustained life for millennia, starting with the first plants that grew from it. Plants and soil interact in countless ways to support the Earth's ecosystem. Therefore, maintaining soil health must be a priority. Let's clarify an important fact that many people think falsely: plants are indeed alive. They may not move or feel pain, but they are capable of growth, reproduction, and response to stimuli. Although they experience life differently from animals, plants play an important role in the food chain by converting sunlight into energy through photosynthesis, which supports other forms of life. They also contribute to the carbon cycle by absorbing carbon dioxide, as well as producing oxygen, which is vital for animals that breathe it. Additionally, plants help regulate the climate, maintain moisture in the soil, and support the water cycle through processes like transpiration. For these reasons, ancient forests, rainforests, savannas, and taigas should be preserved as protected areas. These areas are biodiversity hotspots and are essential for regulating the Earth's climate. We should place value on land based on its biodiversity, not its economic worth. A fitting phrase for that is, make things, plug in and grow things. But what does it mean? Let's break it down. Make things can refer to using plants to create eco-friendly products or materials that can naturally decompose back into the soil. This sustainable approach benefits future generations of plants and conserves resources, and it reduces our reliance on synthetic materials and minimizes waste. It could also mean cultivating a garden, which offers the opportunity to grow food and create habitats that support local wildlife. Building birdhouses, creating ponds, and planting pollinator-friendly flowers all contribute to a thriving ecosystem that supports insects, birds, and other species. The second component, plug-in, emphasizes the role of technology in promoting sustainable plant cultivation. Tools like grow lights, automated irrigation systems, soil sensors, renewable-powered greenhouses, and climate control systems enable efficient plant growth while conserving resources. Hydroponics and vertical farming allow plants to be grown in compact urban spaces while minimizing water and soil use. Finally, Grow Things isn't limited to plants, although plants are a primary focus. It can extend to a broader idea of growth in sustainable systems and ecosystems. Growing plants is the most common concept because plants directly support ecosystems, improve air quality, and contribute to biodiversity. However, we can also grow beneficial microorganisms, such as bacteria and fungi, which play a crucial role in composting, soil health, and waste breakdown. For instance, mycorrhizal fungi support plant roots and improve nutrient uptake, while composting bacteria help recycle organic material back into the soil. Plus, growth can also mean developing sustainable food systems that protect natural habitats. By embracing the principles of make things, plug in and grow things, we can create a more sustainable future. This approach encourages us to create products responsibly, minimize our energy consumption, and protect biodiversity. In doing so, we can ensure that our planet remains a thriving and vibrant place for generations to come. As we can see, soil plays an essential role in keeping us alive in many ways. We are terrestrial beings, and our well-being is linked to soil health. If we overlook our soil health, we risk losing shelter, food, air, and water. The neglected land will eventually become barren, unable to support life. Therefore, it is vital to be mindful and avoid polluting or using harmful substances on our soil, as our lives depend on it. Let's take responsibility for the health of our soil and sustain it properly. 19th challenge. Water. Water is the most essential element for life on Earth, supporting nearly every biological process and sustaining ecosystems worldwide. Most likely, the origins of life emerged in aquatic environments. Astonishingly, the human body consists of approximately 60% water, highlighting its vital role in our physiology and survival too. Our planet is often named the blue planet because, from the space, the vast coverage of water makes it appear blue. Around 71% of the Earth's surface is covered with water, forming oceans, seas, rivers, lakes, and underground reservoirs. However, roughly 97% of this water exists as salt water in the oceans and seas, making it unsuitable for direct human consumption. Only about 3% of Earth's water is freshwater, found primarily in glaciers, ice caps, rivers, lakes, and underground water reservoir. Even within this 3%, a significant portion remains locked in glaciers and ice, leaving only a small fraction readily accessible for humans, plants, and animals. This limited supply makes freshwater a precious resource that must be managed responsibly. To function optimally, the human body requires a daily intake of around 2 liters of water, although this need can vary depending on factors such as climate, age, and physical activity level. Water plays a crucial role in various bodily functions, from aiding digestion and nutrient absorption to regulating body temperature and eliminating toxins. Without an adequate intake of water, these processes can fail, leading to dehydration and making the body function poorly. Beyond individual health, water's role extends to all life forms on Earth. Plants rely on water for photosynthesis, a process that enables them to produce oxygen and absorb carbon dioxide. Similarly, animals depend on water for hydration, food production, and maintaining ecological balance. Without water, life as we know today would not have emerged, and the planet's delicate ecosystems would collapse. Fascinatingly, Water on Earth exists in all three states of matter: solid, ice, liquid, and gas, vapor. This enables water to participate in the water cycle, a continuous process that regulates Earth's climate, temperature, and oxygen levels. Through evaporation, water rises into the atmosphere, where it forms clouds and eventually returns as precipitation, replenishing rivers, lakes, and groundwater. This cycle maintains biodiversity and stabilizes environmental conditions that sustain life. Despite water's crucial role, much of the Earth's oceans and seas remain unexplored, with only about 5% of these underwater territories having been mapped and studied. The remaining 95% is still unknown, and it likely contains countless undiscovered species that contribute to the health of marine ecosystems. These ecosystems form a complex interconnected web, where each species plays a specific role, from the tiniest plankton that produce much of the world's oxygen to larger marine creatures that control population dynamics. As our understanding of these ecosystems deepens, it becomes clearer that each organism, regardless of its size or visibility, is essential to preserving the planet's well-being. However, human activities have disrupted the balance of marine and freshwater ecosystems in multiple ways. Overfishing is one example of how we have disrupted aquatic food chains, affecting predator-prey relationships and causing fish populations to decline. If overfishing continues at the current rate, experts estimate that global fish stocks could collapse by 2050, impacting global food security and threatening the livelihoods of communities dependent on fishing. Additionally, pollution from plastics, chemicals, and oil spills is contaminating both saltwater and freshwater sources. Plastic pollution has become an especially severe issue, with millions of tons of plastic waste entering oceans each year, harming marine life and threatening species that mistake plastic for food. Oil spills further compound the damage, coating the water's surface and suffocating marine animals, plants, and coral reefs. Climate change is another significant threat to the health of the oceans. Rising global temperatures have triggered ocean warming, leading to coral bleaching, habitat loss, and altering species distributions. Carbon dioxide emissions have increased the acidity level of oceans, a process known as ocean acidification. Acidification endangers species that rely on calcium carbonate for their shells and skeletons, including corals, which provide habitat for nearly 20% of all marine life. As coral reefs deteriorate, numerous species lose their habitats, disrupting entire ecosystems and affecting biodiversity. These environmental shifts also have significant consequences for terrestrial life. Ocean warming and melting polar ice affect global ocean currents, which play a critical role in regulating Earth's climate. Disruptions to these currents trigger extreme and unpredictable weather patterns, such as more intense storms, floods, and droughts. Melting polar ice also raises sea levels, increasing the risk of coastal erosion and forcing human and animal populations to relocate. Freshwater resources are also under threat. Humans can only survive a few days without fresh water, yet we continue to overexploit and pollute this finite resource. Fresh water is essential not only for drinking, but also for agriculture, energy production, and sanitation. However, toxic waste, pesticides, and plastic pollutants are contaminating rivers and lakes, killing aquatic life and endangering the ecosystems that depend on clean water. Despite the scarcity and importance of fresh water, humans frequently waste it. For instance, individuals in developed countries use more water than necessary, often due to simple habits like leaving taps running while brushing teeth or taking excessively long showers. Industrial and agricultural activities also consume enormous amounts of water, much of which could be saved through more efficient practices. The urgent need for conservation and sustainable water management is necessary, as water shortages become more common in many parts of the world. If we continue to misuse and pollute water resources, conflicts over access to clean water may become unavoidable. Some experts predict that future political tensions and wars could be fought over water rather than oil, as population growth and climate change worsen water scarcity. To avoid such conflicts, we must recognize water as a shared global resource that requires collective international actions to protect. Fortunately, solutions to these pressing water issues exist. Innovations in water treatment and recycling technologies can reduce waste and conserve water supplies. Desalination processes can make seawater safe for drinking, while sustainable agricultural techniques can minimize water usage and prevent pollution. Public awareness campaigns and education can encourage individuals to adopt water-saving habits, such as turning off taps when not in use and reducing shower times. Small actions, when practiced by millions, can make a significant difference. It is not too late to reverse some of the damage we have caused and secure a sustainable future for the next generations. By making mindful choices and working together, humanity has the potential to restore the balance in our water ecosystems. Earth's unique blue color, visible from space, depends on our commitment to safeguarding water, preserving biodiversity, and fostering a harmonious relationship with nature. Water is more than just a basic necessity because it is a shared heritage that connects us to every other life form on the planet. The responsibility to protect it rests with us. Let us ensure that future generations, human or otherwise, inherit a world where water flows freely and continues to sustain life in all its diverse forms. 20th Challenge. Mars versus Earth. To this day, our understanding of Mars remains quite limited, restricted largely to what organizations like NASA or SpaceX reveal in news updates or photographs. However, one thing is certain: Mars, in its current state, is incapable of supporting life. Given this reality, an important question comes to mind: why are we directing our focus towards the reawakening of a lifeless planet, rather than prioritizing the restoration of our own living Earth? Why are not we pursuing solutions and technological advancements with the same enthusiasm to address our problems on Earth as we do to tackle the challenges on Mars? Here on Earth, we already have the foundational elements necessary for life, including a stable atmosphere, vegetation, and water resources, making it a more practical mission to restore our own planet's balance. Beyond its lifeless state, Mars poses additional risks. For instance, Mars faces a higher likelihood of meteor showers than Earth, which could endanger any human-built structures. Furthermore, even if we manage to establish a base on Mars, it is worth noting that our solar system's sun will one day run out of fuel, ultimately leading to the destruction of Mars, just as it will for Earth. This leads me to consider a suspicion, or perhaps a hypothesis, that the Mars project solely serves as a prototype experiment to test how humans could survive beyond Earth's atmosphere. After all, we often read reports of Earth-like planets discovered in distant galaxies, sparking curiosity and hope that humanity could one day settle in new, habitable worlds. Yet, human history shows that we often approach new frontiers with a certain self-interest. In my opinion, those individuals who have a considerable wealth might see these potential, new Earths, as personal domains to claim and develop. Of course, they would not go alone, as they would want to extend their influence beyond Earth, and for that, they would need workers to labor and build for them, much like we do on Earth today. If my assumptions hold any truth, then the future of human society and freedom will be in a big trouble. I think that the technological advancements we dedicate to space exploration could be more productively employed on Earth at present. If we redirected these innovations to gain a deeper understanding of our own planet by exploring the ocean depths and remote ecosystems, we could uncover invaluable insights. Overpopulation, often cited as a motivation for space colonization, should not be the driving force to find alternative homes. Nature has its ways of controlling populations. As resources are finite in nature, unchecked human consumption can lead to two possible outcomes: the growth rate of our species could slow, or, in the worst-case scenario, our species could face extinction. Moreover, climate change appears to be advancing at a far quicker rate than population pressures. We are already witnessing and experiencing signs of the Earth's natural resistance, from extreme weather events to ecological shifts. Rather than fearing overpopulation, we should work to elevate the living standards of billions of people to the level enjoyed by Western civilizations. Access to quality healthcare, education, clothing, clean water, and electricity should be a universal right. Statistical data reveals that countries with high standards of living and access to basic necessities experience stabilized birth and death rates. Unfortunately, humanity's inherent greed often obstructs progress, as individuals prioritize personal gain over collective well-being. With such tendencies, it is difficult to believe that a societal shift would occur simply because humans begin to settle on other planets. Perhaps Earth itself serves as an experimental ground for certain individuals, a place where we are learning hard lessons about resource management and community living, enabling us to avoid repeating mistakes elsewhere. However, this way of thinking feels wrong because it suggests that it is acceptable to exploit resources here as long as we get it right elsewhere. It is important to recognize that Earth belongs to no single individual or group, but it is home to all life forms. Every person and creature has an equal right to utilize Earth's resources and inhabit its ecosystems. Achieving true balance in this shared ownership can allow both people and wildlife the freedom to coexist in harmony. With modern technology, our primary focus should be on preserving Earth rather than destroying it. We must develop inexhaustible and renewable energy sources, such as those derived from pressure, gravity, and solar radiation. Only after mastering these technologies and securing energy independence should we consider making other planets hospitable. However, until we achieve this, the likelihood of succeeding on other planets is low. It is counterproductive to move from planet to planet, exploiting each one until it becomes exhausted. We must remember that there are far greater forces around us, and because human activities have consequences, our actions can disturb not just planetary ecosystems but entire galaxies, which could potentially affect the universe itself. For instance, mining operations on our moon could disrupt its gravitational relationship with Earth, impacting tides and possibly altering our planet's rotational stability. Despite these potential risks, some people seem to disregard these consequences, pressing forward with projects that may have unforeseen and irreversible effects on the cosmos. Instead, we should prioritize the development of technologies that are as beneficial as possible for everyone and everything. By harnessing the full potential of our innovations, we may transform Earth into a mobile planet capable of migrating to a new, younger galaxy. How ironic that in older animated films and science fiction, people always envisioned achieving such technology, yet this seems to have been forgotten in our modern age of technological advancement. I think this happens because many people have become complacent, believing that we have achieved all that is possible and that there is nothing left to develop. However, I think it is worth reflecting on the idea that ancient civilizations may have known more than we do now. Humanity needs to rediscover that path, which keeps us curious about new knowledge and our universe. Only then will people have a greater chance of one day traveling between galaxies. Until we reach this stage, it is essential for every individual to practice sustainable living, seeking to recycle and reuse Earth's resources wherever possible. Let's not to be ignorant and lazy. Instead, we should prioritize preservation, mindful innovation, and genuine curiosity about our place in the cosmos. Only by adopting this balanced, ethical approach can humanity hope to thrive sustainably, both on Earth and, someday, beyond. End words. I have to finish the book for now, but if you could manage to read until here, then you have wider knowledge what's happening around the world and what solutions or movements could be done from my point of view. But this is just one point of view, because you who is reading this book right now has a different point of view about the world. And I really want to hear your point of view and have some meaningful debates or brainstorms about the topics. In this world we have to accept if we have failed in something, because actually failing can bring new innovations. But for that we need to realize if we are being biased, therefore we need to be curious, have to drop our ego, think critically, questioning the truth and learn from everything and everyone. Because the human mind is flexible and the mind can change beliefs if we really want to. I think these belief change is really due in our lifetime. We have to bring back the balance and I have many ideas for that, just I also need more people who thinks the same. Thank you for your time and for reading this book. Please, don't forget to mention and share it with your family, friends and colleagues, as this can help spread consciousness more quickly around the world. If you're curious or you think you can help me or you also have life-changing ideas or just want to debate with me, then you can contact with me on newearthera2021@gmail.com and I am also on TikTok, at Factfulness_official, Instagram, at Factfulness_official01 and YouTube, at Buying a Better Species. Until then, I wish you all the best. Please, stay kind and mindful.